Why, hello. Welcome. Microphone. Microphone. Mic check. Ahoy, Mr. Producer. Are you here? Ahoy. Do let me know if there's an echo. If there's an echo, I'll have to address it. But I'm in new environs. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I know I was late today. I feel really bad about that. I feel just awful. How are you? My dear sailors and starnauts, on a Sunday. The beginning of the week, some would say. The beginning of something new. I have two trailers to watch. I have not seen them. I have assiduously, fastidiously avoided seeing the Fantastic Four trailer. And I have avoided, well, no, I did see the Jurassic trailer. I saw the Jurassic trailer, and I have thoughts about it. So, and you've probably heard everyone's thoughts about it, but you have not heard what the captain thinks. So, welcome to the Swords of Starships channel. Also, have you heard of this game, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? It's making waves. I heard about the first one years ago. A friend of mine told me it's like imagine a sword and sorcery fantasy RPG, but instead of like magic and fantasy, it's actually the real medieval world, and it's just real historical RPG action. And I for whatever reason I just never picked it up, but I'm very curious about this game. The second one is just apparently it's just dynamite. Not only that, the creatives behind it are very specifically and vocally rejecting DEI nonsense. So we're going to take a look at that, and we have many other things to discuss. My dear sailors and starnuts, the stack of stuff, as usual, is packed. I thought we might pick up where we left off on a couple videos last week. I stumbled across an interesting Star Wars curiosity, a curio, if you will, of the internet. Captain's chair needs to be adjusted. All right. What do we got in the chat? Who's here? Who's here on a Sunday? I think everybody's here. Fu Man Blue is here. Ahoy, Fu Man Blue. Assume your posts out. Master at Arms. Universal says ahoy. Does it sound echoey? Let me know. I'm going to have to probably get like sound, like, I don't know, what do you call those things? They're like panels you put on your walls that absorb sound. Universal says, ahoy, busy, busy, busy. I know, I was setting things up at the last minute. Crowbar the Skull says, hail, Captain. Hail, fellow crew members. Ahoy. Assume your post. Permission to come aboard granted. Crowbar the Skull says, sup, Fu Man. Fu Man's popular here. Founding member of the Swords and Starships channel. Crowbar the Skull says, how you doing, Universal? Crowbar is friendly as ever. What the hell? Look what else we have in the chat. Staffjere is in the chat. Gay Games Unite. How do you like the new time, Staffjere? We haven't heard your opinion. Let's see. What else we have? What's poorly casted? Oh, we're talking about Fantastic Four. Are we Universal? It's poorly casted. Pedro Pascal. Did Crowbar the Skull? Did you just accuse me of being late? And Pedro Pascal? Guilty as charged, I'm afraid. It's a shame to admit it. Universal says the only good thing in the Fantastic Four trailers was Flame On. The rest is a snore. We'll take a look. I want to see what I think about it. I haven't even listened to what anyone else thinks about it, really. I mean, I've heard snippets. Obviously, you just can't avoid it. But I haven't, like, listened to anyone, like, analyze it. I skipped that part of Friday Night Tights. I did. Laugh it up, Fu Man. Laugh it up. What is it that Han Solo says to Chewie? Laugh it up, furball. The moving background is making me seasick. Why is it moving? Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. All right, hang on. Let me fix it. Let me fix that, Fu Man Blue. Sound is fine, though, says Fu Man. Excellent. Excellent. Let me know if there's any of that, like, popping or that skipping when I'm sharing tabs, because I think I have a much better internet situation that is going to resolve that issue. Okay, hang on. Just 1 minute. Hang on. That should solve it. I had a ceiling fan on. That's what was causing that. Fu Man Blue. Fu Man Blue's always looking. The Master at Arms' duty to the ship is to make sure things are running smoothly. Yeah, exactly, Fu Man. I had to turn off the fan. You get it. All right, we got to jump into some things. We got to jump into it. All right. Should we just, let's just rip off the Band Aid, Mr. Producer? I don't see any reason. Do you see any reason to wait? No? All right. Jurassic World it is. Now, let me give you some thoughts that I have about the Jurassic franchise in general. I've never been like a super fan of the Jurassic films, but I mean, I acknowledge their greatness. Their greatness. The greatness of the original. It's an excellent film. It's not like one of my favorite films ever, but I do remember seeing it as a kid and feeling wonder and joy and terror. Terrifying movie towards the end there. Dennis Nedry is simply one of the best characters ever created. Can we all just agree to that? I think we can. I think we can agree to that. Obviously, diminishing returns. The second two were, there's varying opinions. My opinion on the second two Jurassic Park films is they were pretty good. They were pretty good. They weren't as good as the original. That's basically where I would fall. Now, I saw this film, Jurassic World, and I have to tell you, I quite liked that film, and I thought I would hate it. I really did. I avoided it for years, and for some reason, I don't remember why. I think there were still DVDs around, and I think we may have rented a DVD, and I watched it, and I was surprised. I actually really liked it. Now, the Indominus Rex is kind of a stupid idea. It needs to be said. We're going to genetically enhance multiple dinosaurs into a super dinosaur. And I was super annoyed by that. However, it actually provided a pretty excellent protagonist. See, the thing that was most concerning me about Jurassic World was in the trailer, Chris Pratt is training raptors to be his pet dinosaurs. And that sent me into orbit because it was like, oh, it's like a Disney movie. Raptors are not pets. Raptors are not doggies that you can pet. They will eat you. They will eat your eyes for jujubes. Am I wrong here, Staffhead? Universal Crowbar, set me straight if I'm wrong. But in my opinion, my learned opinion, a raptor cannot be a cute little, animal pet, animal pal that just follows you around. So I was categorically opposed to it. However, when I actually watched the film, the way that they kind of build, the way that he himself, that would be Chris Pratt's character. What's his name, Mr. Producer? You don't remember either? I didn't think so. Who cares? We'll just call him Chris Pratt because that just works out. Chris Pratt's character is terrified of them in the movie. That does a lot of work to make that plausible and believable. He respects them the way that a tiger handler respects a tiger. And I thought that was actually pretty well done. And the fact that he has kind of methods to train them. It's never really clear if they're going to turn on him at any point. I thought that was all really excellent. And they did establish in the first films that they are more intelligent than most other dinosaurs. Like they're almost at times an almost human level of intelligence. So I could kind of go with it. And the film worked out pretty well. Unfortunately, everything after that point is just hot garbage. Just hot garbage, and I have absolutely no interest in it. And some people would argue, well, of course, the plot, the dipshit plot of using the dinosaurs as weapons for the military that's pretty stupid. That's pretty stupid. You gotta admit it. There's no reason for that. Look, you have Boston Dynamics, that terrifying Orwellian company that's building those robot dogs. Watch the Black Mirror episode Metalhead. It will... Is it too early in the stream to drop an F? It will fuck you up for life. Let's just put it that way. Episode of Black Mirror is one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. It's called Metalhead. It's all in black and white. It's about robot dogs that have killed everybody. It's terrible. And we're inventing those things. And you're telling me that we would want to like go to all the time and expense and difficulty of training an unpredictable animal when a robot version of that animal would probably be 100 times more effective? A freaking drone is more effective. So yeah, so that's really stupid. But then again, I mean, look at what all the money that our government spends on ridiculous crap that's stupid. So on one level, it kind of actually makes sense. All right. With that being said, do I have any like real... Why do they keep making these? They're just IP mining. I haven't even watched it yet, and I'm already annoyed. I'm already annoyed that this is like, stop IP mining all this crap. I don't want any more Jurassic Park. One thing I liked about Jurassic World, and this you could argue was member berries par excellence. But one thing that annoyed me, that I liked about Jurassic World, because the member berry situation wasn't at its peak level that it is now, I liked that they were referencing the old island and stuff like that. And I liked, there is one thing I always did want to see in Jurassic Park, okay? I always wanted to see what the park would be like if it worked. Okay, that's really the reason I like Jurassic World to the extent that I do. It showed a version of the park that actually was functional and worked and was successful. And it was cool, and I like that. It's sort of like BioShock, you know? I play through BioShock, and all I ever want is to see what Rapture would be like when it was in its prime and its heyday, before it got taken over by splicers. And they created a DLC that actually does give you a glimpse of that, which was Burial at Sea, which was an extension of BioShock Infinite. And you get to walk around Rapture in its glory before the fall. And it is magnificent. It's absolutely magnificent. It's the only good thing in BioShock Infinite. Okay, Mr. Producer, have I pontificated sufficiently? Let us share screen. I feel like I'm too close to the camera now. This is too close. I need a different chair. I'm going to get a new captain's chair is top of the requisition list, Mr. Producer. To hell with the camera. They don't need to see. I have a face for radio anyway. Here we go. Roll tape.
Dr. Henry Loomis, this is Zora Bennett, our mission specialist.
Sorry, what mission?
This would be a medical breakthrough that could save countless lives.
Hey, pause the tape for just a second. I got to fix let me make sure the audio looks good on this. I forgot to max out the captain's audio. All right, let me know if I'm too loud, but, you know, let's face it. You want to hear me more than this anyway. Let me know how the volume is on everything. All right, roll tape.
It comes from the largest dinosaurs on the planet.
Oh my God. Fortunately for us, all these species exist in one isolated place. Can you be ready tomorrow?
I can guarantee your safety. I mean, more or less.
More or less?
He's your guy?
We're the best at moving things and people in and out of places they shouldn't be.
Move up towards Barbados, avoid government patrol, but there aren't that many anymore.
Why's that?
Shovel face? Fu Man shovel face?
No one's dumb enough to go where we're going.
This island was the research for...
You know what? This music... okay, I just realized I haven't watched the trailer, but I've heard it. I've heard it played on live streams. So I actually know the sounds of the trailer, but I haven't seen it. But the music I recognize. It's actually if you go on YouTube and you search for like trailer music tracks, just like general music tracks, I've heard this one before. I've heard it. This is one of those generic movie trailer tracks.
Facility for the original Jurassic Park.
We need DNA from the 3 biggest dinosaurs.
Do we have to get a sample from an egg?
I suppose we could try and get it from the parent, but they're a flying carnivore the size of an F-16.
Maybe we should make it quick.
These dinosaurs were too dangerous for the original park.
Please don't say they're raptors. They're raptors.
creatures. The worst of the worst were left here.
It's the worstest of the worstest dinosaur. You've heard of the bad dinosaurs, right? Oh, yes, I have. I've heard of those. Well, these are worse than those bad ones. They have no new ideas. God, all of this just seems like it's all just a repeat of everything we've seen before. I think this is an AI generated Jurassic World plot. I showed you how easily it can be done. Someone pointed out, it might have been Asmongold, that pointed out that there was an excellent description. Maybe it was I don't know who said it. An excellent description of what AI does. What AI does is it cannot create anything new. What it does is it synthesizes things that already exist. It's rearranging things into a form that already exists. That's what AI does. It's actually why I think AI is pretty beneficial in many ways, and we kind of need it because we're creating new information at such an exponential rate at this point in human history. We literally aren't even going to be able to find the information we need with just a simple search. We're going to need AI to find things for us, and so that is one legitimate use of it. Now, can it go wrong? Can that go amok? Of course it can, but I think that's a good use of it, right? The point is, if I were to feed into ChatGPT, give me a plot for a new Jurassic World movie and give it all the parameters, what it's going to do is it's going to resynthesize ideas that have already been done. Bigger, badder dinosaur. Genetic experiment gone wrong. Criminals trying to steal a secret. And it's just gonna reorganize all that into something that is basically vaguely new, but it's all the things you've seen before. That's what this is. That's what this is. There are no new ideas in this whatsoever. And I have heard the comparison of like Finn, Poe, and Rey. Like these characters are basically Finn, Poe, and Rey.
We put ourselves in a place we don't belong. Survival is a long shot.
Say what you want about Chris Pratt, but he was a leader in that first film. He was like a guy who knew how to survive. He knew what he was doing. He respected the animals. He understood them when others did not. I really appreciated that. That was before every male character was an incompetent boob. It's not even that they're incompetent. I have heard this theory put forward, and I really think I believe it. I really think I've come to believe it. My generation, that would be the millennial generation, has raised probably the most first world problems generation in human history. And also the generation that has been most brainwashed by demasculinization and hyperfeminization. I think my generation has been most brainwashed to be polite. We're the generation, and Gen Z, it's fair to say also, Gen Z is very guilty of this. Do people tell you this? Have a good day, stay safe. Why do people say that? Why do people say that? Why this obsession with safety? Safety first. I hate it. I really hate it when someone stay safe. I've caught myself saying it. Oh no, why'd I say that? I don't want to live in a world that's 100% safe. Life requires a little bit of risk. That's what reminds us we're alive. That's what makes life worth living. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing. I'm not saying I want to go drive 40 miles over the speed limit or something. I'm not saying be reckless, but I'm just saying I don't want to be like some domesticated animal that lives in a gilded cage. That's not the life I want. We're meant to explore. It's like in Interstellar, the theme of we're not caretakers, we're explorers, we're pioneers. It's what we're supposed to do. In the words of James T. Kirk, you want to sit in that chair? Risk is part of the job. You want to sit in that chair? That's the reality. Like, you don't become a Starfleet captain so you can just do circles around the solar system and never face danger. That was from Star Trek Generations, you know? The new captain of the Enterprise B, he doesn't have a tractor beam, he doesn't have transporters, but he has to respond to a distress call, and it just so happens that retired, or I think semi-retired, or just out of retirement, I don't know what the deal. Admiral James T. Kirk is a guest on the bridge during the maiden voyage, and he's witnessing them, you know, taking the ship around the solar system, and they get caught up in this distress call, but they don't have all their stuff. And so he's like, I don't know, we don't have the equipment, we can't do this. And that's why James T. Kirk is like, the hell you can't? Get in there. Like, get in there and save those people. Risk is part of the job. You want to sit in that chair? Yes, yes. And it's the millennial generation that has become obsessed with safety, obsessed with politeness, obsessed with everything has to be happy, everything has to be positive. And it's also the generation that seems to not understand the true nature of hardship. Hardship is not, adulting. Hardship is not someone saying the wrong pronouns. Hardship is not feeling like you're not affirmed. And so I guess what I'm saying is, as relates to Jurassic World, we have just created this situation in which and I'm not saying you can't have characters like this. Don't misunderstand. What I'm arguing against is the overall pattern of it constantly being this way. Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man is another recent example. Men who are cowed, they're awkward, they can't speak for themselves, they're not articulate, they can't take leadership, they can't initiate and lead in their life. It's pervasive and it's a problem, and it's all over this trailer, and it makes me sick. Roll tape, Mr. Producer. Let's finish this off.
What the hell are those?
They're helping the Mosasaur defend territory, stalk, hunt.
None of what you just said is good.
I hate this. Oh my god, I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Fucking modern millennial dialogue. As if to make my point. God, this is every show these days. This is every movie, every show. Oh, well, that doesn't sound good. Oh, what was it? It was like when Asmongold was listening to that video where the guy was saying like modern millennial dialogue in video games. Instead of just saying, hey, here's the coordinates to go get this thing we need, upload it to the main computer and we can get out of here. Instead, it's like, okay, sorry, but we've got kind of a problem. So, all those monsters trying to kill you, and it's like this dopey, happy, clappy, socially awkward dialogue. And it's like, it's not funny. It's not clever. That's a really stupid line. That is a really boring line. None of what you just said sounds good. Entertainment is dying, I think. We're just never gonna see a male character do something like this again in one of these, are we? We're just never gonna. It's just so in all of the Alien movies. So listen. There can never be a male protagonist in a Halloween movie. There can never be a male protagonist in an Alien movie. Okay. There can never be a male protagonist in like a Terminator movie anymore. In other words, in any film franchise where women were in the primary role, well, we definitely can never have a male protagonist in that role because that's tradition. Because those were female protagonists and they should continue to be female protagonists. But also, we're not going to have male protagonists in any other movies either. We're just not. It's just got to have to be a girl boss with a sniper rifle from now on. That's it. They're just stuck in such a rut. They just can't. Now, listen, my issue is not that there are powerful women in these films. I'm fine with that. That's not my issue. My issue is, why can't they do anything else ever? That's my issue. Why can't they just start from the premise of, let's just have interesting characters? But no, it's like I feel like every single time they start writing one of these movies, they start from the premise of, how can we make this, instead of a man, let's make it a badass girl. Because that would be super cool. Because we don't see that very often, you know? It's just a thought. It's just a thought. It's fine. She's kind of hot. She's kind of hot in that role. Dude, I love Jessica Ferguson's character in Mission Impossible. She plays like a counterpart to Ethan Hunt, and she's a really cool spy. And she was great in the last Mission Impossible film, which also had Haley Atwell as this really clever sort of con artist thief who thinks on her feet. She was really great as that character, and I really liked the part of the film that would be Mission Impossible 7, Dead Reckoning Part 1, Folie à Deux, in which the bad guy is after Haley Atwell's character. And while she's a very skilled thief and she's very clever and she can think on her feet, she's not a trained assassin fighter the way that Ethan Hunt and his people are. So it winds up as Jessica Ferguson, who is trained to fight this guy, has to fight him. But she's no match for him, actually, which is sort of the problem. He's actually a better fighter than she is, and she loses. And it's not that she had to lose, but she's a great character, and I hated seeing her go. And it's like, Mission Impossible has this formula down. They have awesome dudes, awesome chicks. They work together. Sometimes the bad guys are women. Sometimes they're men. It just matters that they are interesting characters that fit their roles. And that's the model. That's what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing for every single leader in a film has to be a man. I'm not saying that. I'm just arguing against homogeny, uniformity. Isn't it supposed to be the diversity crowd that argues for diversity? How come there's no diversity in diversity? Diversity just means we're going to race swap the character to be a black person. That's all it means. It doesn't. That's it. They freaking race swapped a Japanese character in Assassin's Creed Shadows. In Assassin's Creed Shadows, which takes place in feudal Japan, they removed the role of a Japanese person and put an implausible, historically specious black person as the lead, which is culturally appropriating Japanese culture. Why is the diversity crowd so predictable? That's all I'm saying. Am I in the weeds, Mr. Producer? Rein it in a little. I think they're having fun. The chat, then. Fine. We'll go to the chat. It keeps me balanced, Mr. Producer does. Volume is low. Is the volume low universal? I think I improved it. I improved the volume. Starfury says all movies are crappily cast nowadays. Yeah, it's like they cast the same 5 actors, or they cast a bunch of no names that are boring, or they cast like Kaylee Spaney, the default human. The default human. Fu Man Blue says movies suffer from DEI as much as helicopter pilots. Oh, stop it, eh? Following up with explains all those movies crashing. Oh, no, you can't do that. You don't. Fu Man Blue, don't encourage him. Fu Man Blue, Starfury, you can't say stuff like that. You're gonna get a timeout, Fu Man. Not for me. Don't misunderstand. I'm saying you two. They have automated systems. They're watching. They're listening. They're always listening. Star Fury says, clear the captain's producer, Mommy Dearest. It is not Mommy Dearest. It is my mother. It's not the producer. She doesn't have time for that. She's in the kitchen making my bagel bites. She doesn't have time for producing. No, it isn't, Fu Man. Stop it. Stop it. Star Fury says pterodactyl with a ram. What is this? Amrams? I suspect a trap. Star Fury says tyrannosaurs with chain guns. That would be cool. We could do that. we should train dinosaurs to have chain guns. So stupid. It's so stupid. They're almost descending into parody with these stupid movies. You know, it's only a matter of time before it's dinosaur it's Dino-nado, you know, dinosaur tornado, whatever. We'll workshop that one. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, who the hell told the captain that we need his shovel face all the time? I got that one. Thanks, Fu Man. Thanks for that. Fu Man says, so intersectional. It is. It truly is. Star Fury says, I haven't seen a decent AAA movie trailer in at least a decade. Yes, you have, Star Fury. Yes, you have. Need I prove it to you, sir? You probably already know what I'm going to pull up here. You already know what I'm going to show you. Decent movie trailer within the last decade, Star Fury. I'm going to give you 3, and I don't even know what the third one is. I know what the second one is. Here we go.
It's okay. I'm here. I'm here. It's been a while since you've had one of those nightmares. Tell me.
Send to Sussex.
Fade Rother. He's psychotic.
See possible futures.
Yes!
I want you to know I will love you as long as I breathe.
You will never lose me as long as you stay who you are.
Consider what you're about to do, Paul Atreides.
Come on now. Come on. That is honestly one of my favorite trailers I've seen in a decade. Like, hands down. That is one of my... I watch it just to, like, start my day sometimes. Hell yes! I'm going to, like, tame Arrakis today. You know what I mean? And the other, like, really awesome aspect of this trailer is it happens to be the trailer for the best film of 2024. Like, it was the best film of last year. And did I have Dune Part 1 as the second my number 2? No, I think I had Oppenheimer. All right, so now how about another trailer? I got another one for you, Staffhead, eh? The wrong view. Whatever. No, hang on. All right, stop share. It has to be a surprise, okay? Because I want you to try and guess which one I'm going to pull up here. This is another excellent trailer within the last half decade. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Share screen. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, this trailer ran in front of every single movie I saw in 2023. Every single one. This trailer ran. Every single time, I wanted to watch it. Every single time, I was glad I was there in time to see it.
National emergency.
Detonator charged.
We're in a race against the Nazis. And I know what it means. If the Nazis have a bomb.
They have a
12-month head start.
18.
How could you possibly know that?
We've got one hope. All America's industrial might and scientific innovation connected here.
Dude, Cillian Murphy is so brilliant. He's one of my favorite actors, man. All of America's scientific talent here.
Secret laboratory. Keep everyone there until it's done.
Keep everyone there until it's done. Oh, he sounds like an early 20th century man. Just a man. Yes.
Let's go recruit some scientists.
Build a town, build it fast. If we don't let scientists bring their families, we'll never get the best.
Why would we go to the middle of nowhere for who knows how long?
Why? Why? How about because this is the most important thing to ever happen in the history of the world?
You're the great improviser, but this...
All right, there you go. There's another great trailer for you, Star Fury. Oh, man. Okay, I need a third one. A third one in the last decade. What would be a really, really, really good one? I have to think about it. I'm almost fresh out here. I think there's probably one I can think of that I really liked. It's more of in retrospect. It might be. No, that's not the one. No, that's not the one. That might be the one. It's got to have the right music. It's got to be the one with the right music. Talk amongst yourselves, chat. This is why I probably do need a co-host for stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? Maybe this is the one. No, that's a sneak peek. Damn it. I can't find the one I want. So we'll revisit this. We'll revisit this later. All right, there we go. Fu Man Blue says he's going to get hung up on that description of it. No, I won't, Fu Man. Don't worry about that. Star Fury says, where's the Pakistani? I want my fucking representation. Damn you, Hollywood. Damn you, sir. It's not fair, Star Fury. I'm sorry, and I feel your pain. You know what? You know what? Just for you, Star Fury. I'm going to put a Pakistani... Maybe this could be the beginning of a terrible idea. I'm going to put a Pakistani character on the deck of the UCS Independence in Galaxy Born. Just for you, Star Fury. Just for you. You see if I don't. It'll be awesome. I got to think about it. Give me, and you can tell me if I misrepresented the Pakistani. I will trust you. You'll be my sensitivity reader, Star Fury, because we all know that you are a sensitive soul, brimming with empathy and compassion. Star Fury says, I win the Oppression Olympics, but the movie would never be allowed in China. Wrangler says, hail, listening while shoveling. Hail, Wrangler. Welcome aboard, sir. What else? Star Fury. Me? You and me both, man. Referring to me saying, life is not meant to be like totally safe, it should be some risk in life. And you said, I want to live in a world where my bus trip involves dodging cannon fire. Okay. You might be taking my point a bit literally, okay? You might be. I don't think that's exactly what I was suggesting. Fu Man says, I just watched Oblivion and Fury again last night. I haven't seen that. Oh, man. You guys there's a lot in the chat today. There is a lot. A perfect role for a chick in a movie like this is the character that Brie Larson played in Kong. Was she in Kong? I don't remember that. Was that Kong Skull Island? Stormcrow is in the chat. Says, hail, Captain. Hail, Stormcrow. Assume you'll post, so. Referring to my question about when are we ever going to have, like, another male character in a franchise like this? Yeah. He said, I'm waiting. Let me guess. Fucking zero, because when the rubber hits the road, women run in the opposite direction. Actually, I have no idea what you're referring to now. What was I saying that you might have been? Okay. Your point is taken, sir. Scott's Workshop says diversity simply means replacement of white people. Well, in their sick worldview, I don't look at the world this way. I look at the world as let's find interesting characters, and I think interesting characters can be found in all walks of life. But I also think that part of creating interesting characters is creating verisimilitude. That is, believability, plausibility, especially when you're in like a period piece or historical context, or even in a fantasy world that is meant to resemble a historical context, such as Game of Thrones, for example. Therefore, while you want to have characters of all different walks of life, how they got into the story should be plausible and should make sense for the story. Unlike, for example, race swapping a historical figure, Cleopatra, who was Macedonian, what we would call in the modern parlance, white, replacing her with a different race is historically inaccurate, and it ruins verisimilitude. So what I'm saying is, I'm just looking for the interesting characters, and they can be and will be found in every walk of life. But that's not how the wackos think about it. They think about it as a race war. They think about it as a race struggle because they're sick. They're infected with the woke mind virus. So just give me great characters, and it won't matter what race they are, so long as it's not something ridiculous, right? So long as it's not one of these preposterous, like like it's supposed to be a medieval Renaissance world, but it's all like super multicultural, but there's no explanation of why. You want to know a franchise that, at least up until now, used to do a good job of this? Dragon Age. Dragon Age used to do a really good job of explaining sort of why there's different cultures and races intermingling to it. There's not really a lot, but like you see like characters that have different looks and things, and they explain that they come from this region or that region. So it makes a certain degree of sense. Starfury says, Oppenheimer didn't do it for me. Another strikeout. The trailer or the film or both, Starfury. I prefer the real history rather than the melodramatic bullshit of that movie. Well, fair enough. It's not your cup of tea, I guess. Starfury says, you may roast me for my hot take. Oh, well, now I'm on the spot. I hadn't planned on roasting you, Starfury, but you don't like Oppenheimer, Starfury? Are you a simpleton? I'm not good at this. I'm too nice of a guy. I'm not good at this. I can't roast Starfury. Now I'm on the spot. I really, I admire the YouTubers that can roast their audience on the spot. That's a skill. How can you not like Oppenheimer, though? I will say there's one element of that film, ironically, there's one element of that film that kind of fell flat for me, and that was the most important part of the film, the detonation. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the way he did the detonation, it was like, it was as if I missed it. When I saw it, I was like, wait, did I see it? It was because the trailers show all this fire and they show all this, but in the actual film, the detonation itself was kind of a letdown. Everything around it was amazing. Like the build up to the detonation was awesome. That was one of the most intense scenes in the movie, but I'm a sucker for nuclear stuff. I just am. Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun Maverick. That's a good one. That's a pretty good one. The Sonic 3 trailer was pretty good. Oh, you know what? I think I actually know exactly how to find what I'm looking for. I think I know how to find it. It's in my stack of stuff from way back. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, one more trailer. Stop it, eh? Just one more. I thought this was an excellent trailer. It did have like it had red flags in it at the time, but having seen the film and having loved the film, in retrospect, I love this. I did like the music in the trailer at the time. I just was worried about the girl bossery red flags. But fortunately, they did not come to fruition. Here you go. It's the music that makes this trailer and the visuals, that combination. Okay, this is the part that was a red flag. This was the red flag. Her. That's the.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Chris Hemsworth is pretty much the reason to see this movie. He's so good. Dude, the music in these Fury Road films is so incredible.
The darkest of angels.
Dude, that scene in the film is super awesome. So, actually, every set piece they're showing is pretty fantastic in the movie.
The question is, do you have it in you to make it epic?
I could do without that last bit. Remember her. That is just like Hera in the Lord of the Rings. What was it? War of the Rohirrim. Remember, nobody remembers her, but she did everything. That's so stupid. Did they act as though women in history who did great things aren't remembered? Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria, Joan of Arc, Abigail Adams, Sacagawea. Literally, there are so many women in history that are remembered for great things that they did. Madame Curie. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Nefertiti, Cleopatra. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I'm talking about War of the Rohirrim, that they suggest that a woman who single-handedly basically turned the tide of a war, won the whole thing, was basically the linchpin to the survival of Rohan. But basically she just got written out of the history because my patriarchy, because men don't care about that sort of thing. You know, Sacagawea was a Native American who guided Lewis and Clark in their exploration of the Louisiana Purchase. Okay? Now, if it were true that because Lewis and Clark were men, ew, gross, worse, they were white men, ew, disgusting, and they were evil, patriarchal slavers, and then wouldn't they have just taken all the credit and not reported all the help they got from Sacagawea, guiding them across an undiscovered country? Wouldn't they have just, because Sacagawea didn't write the history, she wasn't the one that got herself into the history books. It was the men that she helped guide her who put her in the history books because they reported back to President Thomas Jefferson that yes, we've met this guide. She translates for us. She's helped us, and they documented all of her contributions. It's why she's considered an important American historical figure. They even put her on a coin. I think there was like $1, it was like $1 coin they put her on, a commemorative coin or something. So it's just stupid. It's just a stupid false belief among the many thousands of dumb, illiterate false beliefs that far leftist wackos have in their effort to just rewrite history. They basically just make up a dystopian history that they want to believe happened, and then they try and force us all to believe it. It makes me sick. Redoubt says, I mean, when in doubt, Godzilla -1. You know something, Redoubt? I'm not very fond of the trailer of -1, actually. I don't even really like the trailer. I remember reviewing the Godzilla -1 trailer and thinking, oh, that looks kind of cool. Oh, neat. That's basically what I thought. I was like, neat. And then I go see the movie and I'm like, I have a spiritual freaking experience. You know what I mean? I'll never forget it. I'm sitting in the theater. I'm like, this looks neat. I think I'll watch this one. This looks like it's pretty good. I'm going to see it. I sit down in the theater. The film starts with Kishima's plane flying towards the Pacific Island in the closing days of World War II. And he lands. And I'm like, I feel like I'm in for something here. I had this feeling of like, wow, this feels great. This feels right. Something is going really right here. And then, of course, that first attack with Godzilla on the island, the music in that scene is so good. Oh, and the camera work. Do not overlook the camera work in that scene. Because there is this one shot in Godzilla -1 where Godzilla is like, he's like towering over the camera, and the camera's sort of looking up at him as if you're someone on the ground seeing him walk over you. And the effect of that is that the tension is massive. And the music is just haunting and chilling. And I'm like, I think I'm in for something with this movie. But the trailer wasn't really that interesting. So there you go. Star Fury stalled the show. Oh, that's my fault. That's my fault. All right. We're catching back up. You are right about this, Star Fury. The nuclear detonation when Godzilla fires his blue laser, his blue fire, was better than in Oppenheimer. Because it amped up Big G. Maybe that you're not referring to Oppenheimer. I might have, but I will say it is, though. If you're not saying that, I am saying it. Because that detonation, holy shit, when Godzilla opens up and just wipes out a couple of blocks of Tokyo, and then you get like it's like a nuclear detonation. That was freaking terrifying. Yeah, and you're like, what are they going to do? Dude, that's such a great moment in the movie because like Kishima's just screaming in impotent rage at this thing that nothing can defeat. And you're literally thinking like, there's no way to defeat this thing with modern technology. How the hell are they going to defeat this thing with World War II technology? And then Oda explains his plan. And it's like, wow, that just... it's such a brilliant movie. It just is so brilliant. I love that movie. Star Fury says fucking hated Furiosa. Well, roast me for my take then, Star Fury. We are at cross purposes here. Fucking hated Furiosa, but only because I think Anya Taylor-Joy looks like something the Sarlacc pit coughed back up. Jeez. Fu Man Blue on principle. I refuse to watch any movie with a female lead. That's what Hollywood has done to themselves. Fair. Tough. But fair, Fu Man Blue. I just think that ultimately doesn't solve things for us. You know what? I feel like this desk is a little wobbly. Never mind. Star Fury says, I'm at a point where I don't watch any Hollywood movies unless I get 3 separate recommendations. Redoubt Production says, I still love Fury Road, but that's because I treat it separately from the original Mad Max trilogy. Still too worried about Furiosa to give it a try. I'm telling you, if you like Fury Road, I think you'll like Furiosa. Now, I've said that one of the reasons I really like Furiosa has a lot to do with just the cohesive vision and style of George Miller's work. I just really enjoy the action set pieces. I do think it's a good story. Is it as interesting as a Mad Max story? No, probably not. I will say that. I think, but I do, like you, take it as something kind of separate. So, the captain watching -1 for the first time rival John Belushi seeing the light in Blues Brothers. It probably did. Jeez, you can't say it like that. Jeez. Fu Man Blue. That term is no longer the preferred nomenclature, Fu Man Blue. Skunk's Workshop says, Captain, you've successfully convinced me to watch Oppenheimer. Awesome. Well, watch it, Skunk. You're going to like it, Skunks. You're going to like it. It is a great film. It is, it's such a profound meditation on humanity's destructive nature. I loved it. It's Nolan's fourth best film. His best film is, of course, Interstellar. Interstellar is, of course, his finest film. His second finest film is The Dark Knight, followed by Batman Begins, and then followed by Oppenheimer. That would be, I think I put Inception as number 5, if I recall. Yes. All right. Next in the stack of stuff. I got to get all the way. I just gave Star Fury 3 trailer recommendations. Did you like the Dune one at least, Star Fury? Did I persuade you with that? Now listen. We just did Jurassic World Afterbirth. That's what I'm calling it. Jurassic World Afterbirth. It makes me sick. Now, the other one we need to... Okay, you know what? I got my wires crossed. So I did see the Jurassic one, and I saw some people's thoughts on it. The one I have not seen is Fantastic Four, and I've heard snippets of people's thoughts on it, but I haven't seen much at all about it. So this is going to be much fresher. This is going to be fresh, Captain. This is fresh, Captain. Now, Mr. Producer, if you would load the Fantastic Four, what's it called? First Step. God, what is it with these titles? First Steps is a boring title. I know it's sort of like one giant leap for mankind. They're sort of referencing that, I assume. But still, it's First Steps. No, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like a movie about like moms, you know, like a dramedy about, you know, new mothers and all the challenges of raising their children. That sounds like that's what First Steps makes me think of. Something boring that I would have no interest in is what that makes me think of. I can't hardly get myself to remember that title. Roll tape, Mr. Producer. First time seeing this. I have not seen it.
Welcome to the Baxter Building.
We make a point to do family dinner every week.
I love the retro 60s look. That's pretty cool. The 60s World of Tomorrow look, that's cool. That's very cool.
Sunday at 7, on the dot, no matter what. We're all here.
Herbie, how's that sauce coming?
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that.
Okay. Okay, is this guy good or what?
I want to add a couple cloves of garlic. Not because it's not delicious, I just want to add a little bit of zip, okay?
T-5.
Before we went up the first time, you couldn't turn invisible. Ben wasn't a rock.
The best pilot in the world right here.
Yeah. Best looking, he means.
And Johnny never caught fire.
Ben has always been a rock. Johnny is Johnny.
Hi.
And I am right here. Whatever life throws at us, we'll face it together.
What was awful, Universal? You said that was awful. The Thing is the Incredible Hulk now? Well, the Thing is, he's never been as strong as the Incredible Hulk, is my impression. But he's always kind of been that sort of a character. His eyebrows look a little weird to me. I don't know. I know. I've seen the comics before, but mostly he looks pretty good, though. I feel like the Thing mostly looks pretty good.
As a family.
That's it.
As a family.
It wasn't much. That was a pretty short teaser. Well, it was a trailer. That was a trailer. I'm gonna tell you right now, I think that the James Gunn Superman trailer was more interesting to me than that trailer. I really like the visual style. I do like the retrofuturism. I think that's cool. The characters seem to look pretty accurate. I still don't understand why Pedro Pascal is Reed Richards. I don't understand that. He doesn't embody that character. You want to know who was an excellent Reed Richards? You want to see a great Reed Richards? Played by an amazing actor. Here we go. Maybe this one will work. Yeah, here we go. Share screen, Mr. Producer. This was a good Reed Richards right here. Ioan Gruffudd.
It's a 1 mile perimeter. Forget it, Richards. You had your shot and you blew it. This is a military operation now, so jam the signal, get out of the way, and let us do our job.
Don't understand.
No, you don't understand. So let me make it clear for you and your pack of freaks here. I'm the quarterback. You're on my team. Got it? But I guess you never played football in high school. Did you, Richards?
No, you're right. I didn't. I stayed in and studied like a good little nerd. And 15 years later, I'm one of the greatest minds of the 21st century. I'm engaged to the hottest girl on the planet.
Hell yeah.
And the big jock who played quarterback in high school, well, he's standing right in front of me asking me for my help. And I say he's not going to get a damn thing unless he does exactly what I tell him and starts treating my friends and me with some respect.
Do you remember when there were men in films? Do you remember this? Does anybody? I'm actually, it's been a long time since I saw this movie. I'm actually literally kind of shocked that he reacted that way. Because I'm not used to seeing this. I'm more used to seeing the men say, oh gosh, well, I guess I really boned that situation, didn't I? It's okay, dear. He's a douchebag anyway. You know, that's kind of that's what would happen in a modern movie. This man just put this freaking military guy, he just absolutely read him the right act, said, first of all, I'm smarter than you. I work harder than you. My fiance is hot. And you will treat my friends and family with some respect. Fucking man. Like a man.
For my help. And I say he's not going to get a damn thing unless he does exactly what I tell him and starts treating my friends and me with some respect.
Give him what he wants.
Jessica Alba as, oh man, peak peak hotness. I mean, she could almost give Natalie Portman a run for her money in her heyday.
For you right now.
Me too.
Dude, now that is a Mr. Fantastic right there. Much better. Much better. That was that guy was the perfect Reed, says Fu Man Blue. He was. You want to know why he was the perfect Reed? Reed Richards? Because he was the perfect Horatio Hornblower. That's why. Yeah, here you go. Yeah. This is for you, Star Fury. This is one of my favorite things ever. Horatio Hornblower. This is his claim to fame.
Foolhardy actions, rash judgments, irresponsible adventures. Is this to be the measure of your career, Mr. Hornblower?
I only endeavored to do my duty.
Damn you. Well, I think we shall be the judge of that.
Bloody mutiny, sir.
Black bloody mutiny, sir. Oh, man. Captain Pelew's the best.
Ewan Griffith in a brand new adventure, Hornblower.
Hornblower! Yes! Oh, yes. Yes. Dark Angel, Fu Man Blue, is the answer you're looking for. Jessica Alba was in Dark. I loved that show, too. That was classic superhero fiction, by the way. She was superhuman. She was fighting like this, like, fascist government, basically like a government that was it was martial law, more or less. And she had an alter ego and a secret identity. I loved that stuff. That was like my favorite kind of like character back then. So yeah, she was great. Yes, Universal. Natural beauty. Natalie is from a rich family and is very short, below 5 feet. Well, what's with the height with you, Universal? It's always the height with you, man. Just kidding. Blackbeard movie was better. All right. Hey, stop it. Hey, get your flamethrower. He is criticizing Hornblower. Fu Man Blue says Dark Angel. Okay, I could only think of Angel. Yeah, exactly. Under 5 feet for Natalie. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. I can work with that. What else is in the stack of stuff? Well, now, okay, so I would say that my opinion of the Fantastic Four trailer is it's about a 5 out of 10. It's like a 5 out of 10 teaser. I would say that the James Gunn Superman trailer, for me, is like a 7 out of 10. Because it had enough in it that got me kind of excited about Superman. The problem is it had all these other characters stuffed into it, and that's a concern. Fantastic Four trailer, I need to know why I should care. That's sort of my problem with it. I will say, though, there is a type of fan that is probably just going to be salivating over this, that's going to think this is the best thing they've ever freaking seen since the last best thing they've ever seen. I mean, they're the type of person that lacks taste, common sense, and a grounding in reality. There's a word for it. They're called a shill. Okay? They suffer from a terrible disease. It's incurable, often congenital. The prognosis is grim. It's called shillery by proxy. No known cure for shillery by proxy, but there is a man with a doctoral thesis in the study of the shill. Okay, he studies them in their natural native environs. He analyzes the strange rituals and verbal tics and strange behaviors that they engage in. He meticulously documents each of them and posts them on the internet for study, for scientific inquiry, for the hope that one day, long shot though it may be, we will uncover the cure, which will cure them of their terrible, debilitating disease. They suffer. And that they may then rejoin the ranks of regular humans. But until that day, his prescription is clear. We must roast the shill. We must publish their antics for all to see, and we must heap upon them ridicule and enjoy their antics for our own benefit until the glorious day when their disease may be cured. His name is Mr. Grizzy, and he has for us a report on the shill reaction to Fantastic Four. The trailer, that would be. Share screen, Mr. Producer. That's right. Grizzy early in the morning. Are you excited for this? Early in the day.
Got 10 seconds. Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Oh my God. I was not prepared for that.
4, 3, 2, 1, load!
Let's go!
Oh my God. What? What is wrong with this dude? Do you see what I mean, folks? It's a disease. They suffer. You know what, Star Fury? You know what I just realized? I can't really roast you for not liking Oppenheimer. Maybe because I have some of my own issues with it. I can definitely roast you for liking Atlas. I can roast you for that. That's neither here nor there. Returning to the subject at hand. But look at the intensity on this shill's face. Like the intensity. He gets almost angry. It's weird. He goes from like... just like panting with joy. You know, he kind of goes from like, and then he just goes, and he gets angry. Why does he get angry? I don't understand.
Let's go!
No, dude, that's like serial killer eyes. What's going on?
You're shilling too hard.
Yes, dude. That is my favorite renegade action in Mass Effect. No, it's my second favorite. There's another one in Mass Effect 2 that's my favorite, which is when you push the merc out the window. That's like one of my... No, I take that back. It's the one where you find the merc that's hiding behind something, and you can just draw your gun and just take her out, and just be like, you picked the wrong side. Oh, that's so good. But that's a really good one. That's a really good one. Even if I'm playing a Paragon, I always do that move.
Cinemas this July. I feel like we have finally reached the movie that is going to get us back on that track.
Okay.
Oh, God. These are not smart people. They say this every single time. This is finally the one. This is literally the meme. This is gonna save Marvel. It's gonna save Marvel.
Okay, now let's try to get an answer from someone who's not a complete retard.
I'm just getting goosebumps already.
Whoa, this movie's got potential to be some mega god tier MCU movie.
God tier?
Let's just start the trailer.
Welcome to the Baxter Building.
We make a point to do family dinner every week.
Look at this guy on the left. What is that expression? He looks like a baby bird that's about to be fed by mama bird. What is that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Like WandaVision.
I'll be the judge of that.
How's that sauce coming?
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that. Yeah, I'll be the judge of that.
What?
They're basic. You know what the shills are? They're scream queens. That's what they are. They're scream queens. That's what they do. They just bark and scream for the camera because apparently that's a... Imagine having a YouTube channel that is successful. I mean, I assume they're out there. Imagine having a YouTube channel in which all the content you produce literally creates entertainment in montages for people. who think you're dumb. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that. See, I'm saying, like, I'd be kind of proud of that. Like, I don't think it's ever going to happen to me. I don't think everyone's ever going to have, like, clips of my show that is, like, that is just cutting together all the insanity and the funny. Like, in an unironic way, like, look at this. Like, look at this tool. Just look at this absolute tool. You know what I mean? And they cut it together, and that's entertainment. I don't think so. I'm not saying that they wouldn't be criticizing me. I'm just saying I don't think I'd be entertaining enough for that. So what I'm saying is, if it turns out that I am, and literally, imagine if every week your YouTube content winds up in this montage every week, and people tune in to see it because they think you're so funny. I think that'd be kind of an accomplishment, you know? Now, maybe they're not laughing with you. Maybe they're laughing at you, but you are providing entertainment and enjoyment for your fellow humans, albeit regular humans, but humans nonetheless. I feel like I'd be low-key proud of that. I don't know. It just hit me. It just hit me.
Oh, shoot! The thing looks perfect. Bro, that's the thing. That's the thing.
I'm telling you, there's something weird about him. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it. There's something weird about the thing in this trailer. Perfect is not the word I would choose.
Well, no fucking shit. That's the thing. That's the thing. This guy good over. It's actually perfection. It's actually peak.
How exactly do you come to that conclusion halfway through the first teaser trailer?
It is very comics accurate, which I appreciate. I think it seems very well written.
I love how Grace Randolph cares about comic book accuracy when she decides to care about comic book accuracy. She doesn't give a shit about comic book accuracy. She never cares. If they race swap someone or it's got a diverse... Oh, I think that's great. I think it's wonderful that it's so inclusive. But then when she can say that it's comic book accurate, now she suddenly cares about comic book accuracy. Isn't that interesting how that works?
You dumb whore. Ben wasn't a rock. The best pilot.
Fucking Dr. Phil. I don't think that's edited. I don't think that's like AI. I think that's really like just an he's probably quoting like some abusive boyfriend or something. Like, now when he called you, when he said to you, you're a dumb whore. How did that make you feel? Like he's trying to help her, but out of context, you know?
You dumb whore. Ben wasn't a rock. The best pilot in the world right here.
Yeah! Flame on, baby! Yes! Oh!
Yeah!
Whatever life throws at us.
Nut gobbler.
Oh my god, I have goosebumps. I have chills.
682,000 subscribers. They've got to be all hate watching.
Paul Galactus!
I just want to let you know that me and my cat watch you all the time and we hate your guts.
As a family.
Chill face!
You don't break an arm jerking yourself off.
Get the fuck out! Oh, yes!
Oh, yes! Yes!
Oh! The suits! The suits! Slay!
What the fuck is you talking about?
What the fuck was that?
I'm gonna cry. I'm so happy.
Oh my god! Oh my god, it's peak! It's peak! It's peak!
I'm sold on this movie.
Well, that was easy.
Inject this movie into my ass.
Oh, Grizzy, that was a good one. That was a step wonder. Holy shit. Mr. Producer, for Mr. Grizzy. Yeah, one more, Mr. Producer. That's just absolute stem winder from Grizzy. That might be his Ninth Symphony. Inject that into my earth. That just God, this chair sucks because I look like I'm like short. I can't. I gotta play with the camera angle or something. And now it looks like I'm looking down. I gotta fix all this. It's unacceptable, Mr. Producer. I can't work in these conditions. I even had the Ronald Reagan slap thing. That was fantastic. Dr. Phil. Yeah. You know, when you just like zoom out a little bit, I mean, what was that teaser trailer? Like the Superman teaser trailer, it doesn't actually really tell you anything about it. It doesn't tell you anything about it. And I've noticed this about the Shills. They love style over substance. Have you noticed this? They love style. They love visuals. They love visual cues. Hell, where do you think we get the meme? He Vadered. He Vadered. The lightsaber. It's red. The lightsaber is red. It's like, yes, Jill, I can fucking see that. Look, it's that character from that one thing. Anakin is in it. Anakin is in this. Played by Hayden Christensen. Oh my God. Now I'm gonna Vader. Meanwhile, there's no actual like story. There's nothing new that's interesting. The characters are dumb. Admiral Thrawn's an incompetent boob who thinks he's a genius, and it's awful. I'm speaking of Ahsoka, of course, and every other. Just insert any D+ project, and they just don't care. They just don't care whether there's actually like a meaningful story that draws you in and moves you. You know what I'm saying? Why don't they demand more? I don't know. I don't know why they don't demand more. I've always been this way. You know, nobody likes it. Nobody likes it when I poo-poo things that they like. You know? Which is why I started this YouTube channel. I had to have an outlet. You know what I mean? I can't help it. I told my sister this once because we watched this movie and it was kind of dopey. And she was already getting frustrated with me not like, you never like anything. And she said, well, what'd you think about it? I'm like, well, you know, she's like, oh, what'd you think? And I'm like, I thought this was kind of stupid and that wasn't really interesting. And I was super bored. And she, oh, why you hate everything? And I'm like, she's like, why can't you just stop hating on it? Why can't you just like it? And I said, Jessica, I can't do, that's not possible. You can't make me like something I don't like. You know what I mean? So anyway, I gave her an example of something she didn't like. I said, okay, you know that movie, and I forget what it was, but I referenced some movie that I'm a fan of that, like, maybe it was Lord of the Rings or something. And I'm like, I think it's one of the greatest films of all time. It was probably Lord of the Rings. How come you don't like it? And she was like, well, I don't like stuff like that. And I was like, okay, but why can't you just like it? And she's like, okay, I see your point. I'm like, I can't help it, all right? If it's boring and it's lame and I don't, you know, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? I can't, there's nothing I can do about that. What started that rant? What was I talking about there? Let's see. Admiral Thrawn Vadered over his waistline. Yeah, I mean, literally so pathetic. Like the height of mediocrity. Speaking of that, I found something relevant that we might watch. Yeah, exactly, Star Fury. That was, Wrangler with the Admiral Thrawn comment. Starfield Abe says, key jangle alert. They are like fucking cats. You tease them with a laser pointer. Disney, you are so mean. That's basically what they are. They literally, so like, I will, in defense of the shills, allow me to be a devil's advocate for a second. What else have they got? Seriously. They've built their entire YouTube channels upon franchises. Franchises which should be giving them content to fuel their channel, right? But all they get is like referential stuff, member berries, key jangling. So they literally don't have anything else to react to. What else are they supposed to do? They have to like just amp it up and you know, I will say that probably there's I think that the average audience goer is not as how can I say this without sounding pretentious? They are not as obsessed with detail as I am. They just want something to enjoy and forget their troubles for a while. And generally, if there's something they've liked in the past, they just want it to be good. And I understand that. I truly do. So what happens is they see enough movies along these lines and they start to think that this is just what movies always are. And then when they see a really freaking good movie, then their mind is blown. Oh my God, I didn't know movies could even be like this. And it's like, that's how movies used to be. Movies used to be, I'm not saying movies were always great back in the day, because they weren't. There were plenty of stinkers throughout all movie history. But the quantity of quality hit movies was so much greater in the 80s, especially the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s even. And now it's just the slop. So what I think happens is the average audience goer who just wants something to be happy about goes to it. I'm theorizing here. Goes to one of these shill channels and they just want someone to give them, you know, something encouraging, you know, some excitement to be excited about. And I suppose I can understand that impulse. I simply could never participate in it because, look, it does not excite me that much. It just does not excite me that much. The Fantastic Four trailer. I can't give you. I can't chill for it. Maybe I should start a VTuber channel that is just about shilling, just shilling for shit. And just as an experiment, just literally as an experiment. I just want to see what it would do. You know what I mean? What if it took off? What if it became my cash cow and I was stuck with it? God, that would be terrible. I'd come over here and I'd be like, God, I just got like 100,000 views on my last fake shill video. So I have to do another one. I have to shill for the next thing. It'd be and then I'd be a shill. Then the experiment would be real. I'd be a real shill. I'd be suffering. I'd be suffering from a disease. What else now? What, you know, I might do this one. I might do this one next. Let's check in with Disney because Disney D+, they haven't been doing well, folks. I've got the angriest man on the internet. I've got his report. That would be Ryan Cannell. You're going to want to see this, folks. It's good news. Wait. Don't put that one up, Mr. Producer. Don't put that one up. I got to read this one first. Star Fury says... Oh, no. No. Oh. I'm glad I got that one. Star Fury, jeez. You can't say that, Star Fury. You can't say that. I can't even put that one on the screen, Star Fury. He's joking. He's joking, folks. It's a little harmless. Just kidding. That's Ostafit, eh? He's out there, folks. He is out there. You never know where and when he might strike. Share screen, Mr. Producer. See, he's a disruptor, Fu Man Blue. You're right. That's why he's the master gunner on the ship. What's Redoubt Productions? Did I assign you a task on the ship, Redoubt? What would Redoubt? I feel like Redoubt would be maybe like the ship's doctor. I feel like he's like the ship's doctor. He's not really a medical guy. Maybe he's more like I'll kick it around.
GraphWeb for $2 says, for fuck's sake, cancel Disney Plus. It's funny you mentioned that, GraphWeb, because that's exactly what everyone was talking about today. When the news came out, Disney in their quarterly earnings report told us, hey, by the way, guys, you know, Disney Plus, you know, as Netflix, even though they're raising their prices, they added 19 million more subscribers last quarter, all of these things. Well, Disney Plus, not exactly in the same boat. In actuality, Disney Plus overall lost over 700,000 subscribers throughout the first fiscal quarter of 2025. Now, of course, some people don't understand how the fiscal quarters work, but that would be between October and December of last year. That's the period of time that quarter one of 2025 actually covers. Now, there's a little more to this than just Disney Plus losing 700,000 subscribers. They actually gained subscribers in the United States and Canada. You can see here, Disney Plus gains 800,000.
No, but Fu Man, we can't have Redoubt be the navigator because that's Tom. Tom is the navigator, I think. But you're on the right track, Fu Man. You're on the right track. Keep workshopping it. Think about this, folks. Disney, they just lose subscribers. So consider that Disney bought Marvel. They bought Star Wars. Why? They bought them both for billions of dollars to create massive film box office hits. Basically to print money in the box office. Star Wars was a made brand. Marvel was a made brand. Get them in the theaters, make a bunch of money. Uh-oh! The movies are gone downhill. The movies are not working. They can't get one off the ground now. So then what do? Well, now they want to extract content. They want to extract content on their streaming service. The problem is they hire morons like Leslie Headland to write dumpster fires. And I've said it many times on this channel. Why doesn't Disney like money? Why do they light it on fire? Over and over and over, this lesson must be learned. Now the interesting thing is Disney always reports things like, oh, we got 3 billion minutes watched for Agatha. Everybody's watching Agatha. You know, they bring all the shills over to the offices. They give them all a little gift bag, and then they're like, there's your gift bag. Now get out, shill. Get out. Yeah, that's right. Take your picture. Now get out. Go, shill. Here's your stickers. 1 per shill. And they're like, thank you, Disney. Thank you, Disney. Step on my face, Disney. Oh, that's where I like it, Disney. Don't stop. They misreport all their numbers. They lie to us and gaslight us about their success. Bob Iger is having to fight off proxy wars. He's spending all of his time trying to fight Elon Musk when he should be trying to run his company to be successful. They have to close down the Galactic Star Cruiser because it's an epic fail. So they're losing subscribers. No one's watching their shows. Nobody cares about their Disney Plus shows. They're not appointment TV. The fan base is divided and pissed off as hell. The movies went down the tubes, and nobody's excited for the new films. At what point does Disney start looking in the mirror and saying, do we want to get our money back or not, or don't we? Like, So they represent to us, the public, John Q. public. They represent to us that they are successful and that they have a strategy. But in reality, they are taking catastrophic damage. All of that to say, my dear sailors and Starnauts, make no mistake, we have inflicted massive, withering defeats on Disney. The Acolyte was an embarrassment. It was a catastrophe, the likes of which even Disney has never seen. Why do you think they canceled it? It was woke. It was progressive. It had a stunning and brave lesbian showrunner with her lesbian wife as a lead, and it was just diversity and equity and everything. It was the gayest Disney show ever, so they said. And they still canceled it because it was such a catastrophe. So Ryan Cannell has hit upon something here. Don't let them fool you. They are paying a price for their arrogance.
Subscribers in the US and Canada, but they lost over 1 million, well over 1 million internationally. So ultimately, a net of a loss of 700,000 subscribers. But don't worry, guys. Disney promised, hey, we're profitable. Streaming's profitable. We promise everybody. Well, even though that's what they told everyone, the stock price still dropped today after the news of the quarterly earnings. Disney stocks kind of just stayed hovering right here on a...
Do you know what Disney Plus, you know what Disney is? They're Admiral Thrawn. They're Grand Admiral Thrawn from the Ahsoka show. Admiral, we've lost 700,000 subscribers. This is catastrophic. It's like, yes. Excellent. Excellent. Well, that's excellent because we've prioritized profit over growth. So this is playing right into my hands, you see. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I forgot the super chat. There was a super chat and I missed it. Where was it? You know, it's bizarre. There wasn't even anything that reminded me of it. It just popped into my head that I meant to get to it and had forgotten about it. So where is it? There it is. Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat, as is his custom. Thank you. Thank you, Wrangler. Captain, salute. I appreciate it. Your generosity continues to be noted. And thank you all for being here. As always, it is my great honor to hopefully entertain you. Are you not entertained?
For quite some time, not exactly the big boom that people expected they would have in the aftermath of all these cuts, in the aftermath of all the fire and everybody. It stayed kind of right there at 110, more or less, for the past several months, and it doesn't exactly look like it's going to bounce back anytime soon. But they did say, don't worry, streaming's profitable. Well, you know, the reason that streaming is profitable for Disney, it's because they have to add in Hulu. And just like they've done with a lot of other things, Hulu was a successful streaming service that they bought in that Fox purchase, that they finally had full control over. So Hulu gained some subscribers for them, and Hulu is profitable for them. And when you add it together with Disney Plus, we promise streaming's profitable. But you know, the own platform, our own platform that we built, our own platform that we put all our original Marvel and Star Wars content on, that seems to have a problem keeping people around, doesn't it?
You know, there's a couple of things that occur to me about this that are just mind-blowing. Imagine being in the position Disney is in. Imagine this. You've built this platform. Companies can only dream of having the wealth and resources to do this, to build their own original streaming platform. And they run it into the ground. They run Star Wars and Marvel and their own Disney princess brand. They run them into the ground. How hard is it to just fire the people that are failing? Fire them! Fire them! And then hire, just go on a goddamn vision quest. Go out there into the world. Interview directors, writers, creatives. Get them on the phone. Bring them to your offices. Talk to them. What would you do to fix this? Talk to 100 of them. Go. Who's successful? Look at who's successful out there in the world. And say, how do we fix this? How do we make Star Wars something that is appointment television that everyone wants to tune into? Now make no mistake, folks. So you see what they're doing here is they have turned Disney Plus into a loss leader for Hulu. Google, Mr. Producer, Google for me. So stupid. I just messed up the me. Google. What was I going to Google? Loss leader. Yes. Let's get the exact definition. A loss leader is a product or service that a business sells at a loss to attract customers. So the goal is not to make money on the product. The goal is to get customers in the store so that they'll buy more profitable items. Let me give you a very classic example of this. Best Buy. Stores like Best Buy use loss leader products to sell the products they actually make money on. For example, if you buy I don't quote me on this because I don't know I'm sure it's either a very small margin or no margin on TVs. Right? They sell you a big giant TV, right? And you're probably thinking as the customer, geez, I just dropped $3,000 on this, 60-inch TV. I bet, Best Buy is just making a mint selling these things. In reality, no. They may even be taking a slight loss selling you that TV. How do they make the money? They make money by selling you HDMI cords, by selling you the universal remote, by selling you services such as Geek Squad black tie protection on the TV in case it breaks or gets damaged. That's how they make the money. So the TV is a loss leader, right? That gets you in the store, and it's all the peripherals you're buying, like the sound bar maybe, right? That's what they're making the money on. The Bluetooth speaker that you pick up, right, to go with the item you bought. That's what's going to make them money. So you'll notice that, like in Best Buy, they have all their own proprietary like HDMI cables and Ethernet cables and USB sticks and all that stuff. That's the stuff they're making money on. That's what they want you to buy, right? So what Disney has done is they have turned Disney Plus into a loss leader for Hulu, which is insane. That's not what they wanted, folks. Don't let them kid you. That's not what they ever wanted. What they wanted was for Disney Plus to be the HBO of Disney. They wanted it to be the prestigious service of record for all of your animated movies, your Star Wars movies, your Marvel. They wanted people sitting down with the whole family and tuning in and saying, you can't miss this thing on Disney Plus. And they have absolutely failed in that endeavor. Completely failed. Why don't they go find the people that can fix this? Why don't they just clean house and go find the talent? Give them what they need. Find one, interview 100, interview 500 talented showrunners, creators, directors. Find the one that's got the vision, the business sense to just start it, to start something new, to direct this thing. And you could even I'm sure that it's basically politically impossible to fire Kathleen Kennedy. It's not even possible. I think they would have if they could. I don't think they can, folks. She's dug in like a tick. She's too politically connected. She's got there's too much blowback that they could get from that because she's such a successful woman and all that crap. They can't get away from her, folks. What did I say? They may be dumb as creatives. The Kathleen Kennedys and Alex Kurtzmans and Leslie Headlands, they may be dumb as a box of rocks when it comes to writing and creating entertainment. They are not stupid people when it comes to gaining and holding on to power in a corporate environment. They're very good at that, and they are ruthless as hell. They will stab you in your face after they stab you in the back. So that's why they can't fire. But they could still give her something to do. redirect her in this direction, and then put the guy with real vision front and center, and just work around her. Just work around her, quarantine her, just build a wall around her, and you work on fake. Why don't they do this? I'm just saying it puzzles me. It puzzles me, Chad. What do you think, Universal? Okay, Universal's going to light me up on this. Universal says churn means I sub this month and then unsub next month and then sub again at a lower price. Here's a news flash. None of the streaming platforms have made a profit yet. Zero, zip, nada. They only make money on the streaming platforms from advertising. They are break even or losing money on churning subs. Fair point. Well, okay, well, here's a question, Universal. Because just taking you at your word here, I would suspect that Netflix might be the only one that's profitable. You're saying they're not. Then how do they keep making? They greenlight movie after movie after movie after show after show. I mean, that stupid movie about the women that are good, the mail service in World War II, the heroic mail ladies. You know what I'm saying? How can they greenlight shit like that? How can they do that if all they're doing is churning subs? It puzzles me. Star Fury says, fire the fucking idiots, hire competent people, for fuck's sake. It's not that hard. Fu Man Blue saying, we've been saying this for years. Star Fury says, Mommy, I need help here. I was not calling out to Mommy. I am wondering where my bagel bites are, though. I'm it's beginning to worry me. Roll tape.
Now, whether it's price hikes, whether it's cracking down on password sharing, whatever it may be, they gained some subscribers here in the United States, maybe so some people could watch Deadpool and Wolverine. Who fucking knows why exactly that happened? But overall, a loss of nearly 1 million subscribers worldwide. And all of this is happening as we saw what Disney Plus did this year in streaming. It was pathetic.
Can I just say something? I think I can. It's my show. I think I can say this. I hope that the streaming model collapses like Blockbuster Video. Seriously. I hope it completely implodes and we get back to physical media. Now, I think that's probably a pipe dream. I think that's probably pie in the sky. But it's what I hope. I really... Now, to be fair, just in all frankness, I do enjoy the convenience of being able to just, pull up my Apple TV and watch something. I do enjoy that. I do enjoy that convenience, and I can't deny that. I simply can't. And I definitely love being able to watch things on demand, no ads. Obviously, the price for that is going up, but I do enjoy that convenience. But I would trade that convenience for a world where movies and shows are better. They're released the appropriate way on a schedule, not this binge model crap. And there's physical media, and there's like some sense of not only ownership for you as the audience member, the way that you feel a sense of ownership with a game cartridge or a DVD, but a sense of ownership on the part of the creators, that they don't feel like they're just creating content for the algorithm wood chipper.
Shocking that they've retained as many subscribers as they have, because quite honestly, in terms of original content, Disney put out nothing of note this year. For Acolyte to be their second most viewed show on Disney Plus, that is like being the second tallest midget. They put out shit. They didn't sniff the top 10 in original content streaming, not even close. And do they have properties and movies that people come back to over and over again? They do have some of those things. That's one of the only things that keeps this streaming service alive, apparently. But when it comes to original content, Disney Plus has failed over and over and over again with some of the biggest IPs in history, with Star Wars, with Marvel. It's embarrassing. And so now, no, it shouldn't be surprising that overall worldwide, they lost another 700,000 subscribers. And they can say, oh, the market's saturated, oh, this, oh, that. Well, look, Netflix, a lot of people have Netflix, and they continue to gain subscribers time and time and time again. Disney Plus is a massive streaming service, that has a problem keeping people subscribed, because quite honestly, a lot of shit that comes out on there, people just are not interested in. So this is what happens. More subscribers lost.
Hat tip the angriest man on the internet, Ryan Cannell. Now, Universal says Netflix is profitable from their TV shows and their stock and losing money on their movies. They're profitable from their TV shows and their stock and losing money on their movies. I'm not sure I understand that point. Netflix budgets for TV and movies are very low. They don't have to pay for distribution and external marketing. Wrangler says, why would male ladies be on Netflix? That sounds like it would be more up Hallmark's alley. Yeah, exactly. Well, Universal says most actors don't get paid a flat payment. They get paid a percentage of how well the TV show or movie does. But how? But what's that based on, Universal? You're telling me that they don't make money on subscribers because of the churn. So then, what even defines success for one of these movies? Fu Man Blue says, it's why even young people have extremely few real-life friends. All the connections they would have made don't get made because they all have their faces in their palms looking at their screens. Yeah, I agree. Listen, I would say that all forms of entertainment can become they can become a problem if they're too all-consuming. And I think that, getting totally lost in fantasy worlds can be a detriment over time. I think that entertainment, on the other hand, and art is important because it's what connects us to something greater than ourselves. It's important. It's important to have that beauty in the world. But one thing that occurs to me sometimes is I think that the problem with like really good movies and TV shows and fantasy and all that, and video games and all that stuff is they can become a substitute for the natural human instinct to go out in the world and find your own adventure and make your own story with your own life. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to have anime and video games and all that good stuff. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it should not totally replace your natural human desire to go out there and have adventure and enjoy life. So I think that that's a factor. I really do. And it's definitely on steroids with the new technology. Universal saying viewership determines success, profitability at time of release. Most shows are viewed during release times. I understand that Netflix makes money off of licensing deals. Like if they have like Friends, for example, on Netflix, they're getting money from the studio that created Friends. That makes sense. But viewership, what does viewership have to do with it other than like to prove to their licensees, that they're, getting views? Actually, no, they don't even have to do that. They've already licensed the content. I don't know. Never mind. Forget what I just said. I'm thinking out loud. Yeah, all things in moderation, Fu Man Blue. So they license, so they're actually paying for the content if it's something like Friends that they did not create, right? They get lots of views. They get subscriber dollars. If that is defined as successful because of high viewership, then that must mean that the amount of money that they're raking in from subscriber dollars and the ads must exceed what they paid for the licensing deal to air the content. So what I am saying is, how can they be successful when they spend all this money on original content and they're not getting enough money off of subscribers because of the churn? I'm just saying they've got to be, either they're failing or they're making money somewhere. It puzzles me, Universal. It puzzles me. Now, I stumbled, speaking of Star Wars, I stumbled across this, and I thought we would take a look at it together. So, as you know, I consider Ahsoka one of the worst things. Honestly, it's actually kind of quaint now. But Ahsoka is crap. It's a garbage show. Completely just drivel. And it's very loosely inspired by Heir to the Empire, which is a very beloved and highly regarded series of novels, which effectively is really the real sequels to the Star Wars trilogy. Now, I've never actually read Heir to the Empire, but I've read things about it, so I have kind of some familiarity with it. Well, I came across this fan film, Star Wars Heir to the Empire, the anime, Episode 1. So I thought we'd just take a look at it and see what we think. Oh, we can't do that. Sorry, we gotta skip that. Gotta mute it. Okay, Heir to the Empire, the Rebel Alliance has destroyed the second Death Star, defeated Darth Vader and the Emperor Palpatine, established the New Republic, and driven out the remnants of the old Imperial Starfleet to a distant corner of the galaxy. So far, so good. Princess Leia Organa and Han Solo are married and expecting twins. Luke Skywalker has become the first in a long-awaited line of Jedi Knights. But thousands of light years away, the last of Emperor Palpatine's warlords, Grand Admiral Thrawn, has taken control of the shattered Imperial fleet, readied it for war, and pointed it at the fragile heart of the New Republic. Emerging from the shadows, the Grand Admiral has discreetly uncovered two vital discoveries that could destroy everything the courageous men and women of the Rebel Alliance and New Republic fought so hard to build. Okay, so let's skip ahead a little bit. I just can't risk the copyright on that music, you know.
Hello, Luke.
It's been a while.
Yes. And my time with you is coming to an end. My journey must continue on through the Force.
You can't go. I need you here.
It is time for you to train a new generation of Jedi. Not as the last of the old, but as the first of the new.
What if I need your guidance?
Call upon the Force, Luke. It will always be your ally.
Yes, Master.
Master Luke, is everything all right?
I was just saying goodbye to an old friend.
Mistress Leia was concerned and asked me to check on you.
I can't exactly give the voice acting super high marks, but it's, you know, it's a fan film. They're doing their best. It's pretty good, though.
Been practicing her Jedi skills. Tell her everything's fine, and that she should get some rest.
I will, sir, but I'm afraid she hasn't been sleeping well. Not with Han Solo still away, and the morning sickness, of course. These twins will certainly change things around here.
I don't understand how they get away with this. I don't understand how YouTube's copyright allows them to use John Williams' score. Imagine what we could have had. Now, some of this is a bit derivative, but imagine what we could have had if we just adapted the Heir to the Empire story.
That's right, Dravis. We're looking to hire smugglers.
Okay. And does this have something to do with the New Republic's ongoing fight with the Empire?
No. What we need is to get the trade routes going again.
Ha! Come on, Solo. You know these smugglers don't want to answer to nobody.
Hey, everyone answers to someone. Now, that used to be Jabba. But who's the big fish these days?
Well, I guess it's no secret. I'd put my money on Talon Card.
Talon Card, huh? Well, we're gonna find them.
You'd like to know, wouldn't you?
Mara, come in, please. Have a seat.
So, what's this about, Card?
This is merely a business meeting. I want to discuss the promotion.
Promotion, huh? I've only been with the group for 6 months.
Time has never been as important as ability and results.
I've been lucky.
I don't believe in luck. And that is why you're going to be my second in command.
If you give me that much authority, I'll use it.
Yes.
It's Abe, sir. We've got an Imperial Star Destroyer in orbit. We believe it to be the Chimera.
Give me a hailing.
Yes, sir. Coming through on screen now.
Imperial Star Destroyer Chimera. I am Delengard. How may I be of assistance?
This is Captain Pelion. We are in no need of assistance. We are only here to collect some specimens from the forest.
I think you and Grand Admiral Thrawn will find collecting Islamari to be very difficult. Yes. I know of the Grand Admiral. Allow me to ascend.
Yes, Crowbar the Skull says, I love that anime Mara Jade. She can be my new waifu. I know. I'm with you on this one, Crowbar. I'm loving it. Well, the art style's great. The voice acting's a little rough, but the art style's pretty good. I'm just curious. See, the reason I bring this up is because Ahsoka is basically a cheap, crappy ripoff of the Heir to the Empire story. But everything I hear about Heir to the Empire is that it's brilliant. I hear that it's just brilliant. And so this kind of piqued my interest.
And some assistance your way, free of charge.
Your generosity will be remembered.
They're going after Skywalker.
Here we go.
Grand Admiral,
Here we
two
go.
shuttles have been dispatched to the surface to collect the specimens.
Good.
Now, this is already a much better Admiral Thrawn. This is a way better Admiral Thrawn. He's scary looking. He's all chiseled and fit. Wow.
One more piece of the puzzle complete.
What exactly is this puzzle?
The only puzzle worth solving. The complete and utter destruction of the rebellion.
Dude, I love the concept of Thrawn. I just love everything I've heard about this character. Of that, he was kind of like he being non-human. He was already kind of suspect in the Empire, so he had to work like 3 times as hard. He's not a Force user. He's not connected to the Jedi or the Sith. He's just a brilliant military tactical strategist, and so he's looking for ways to outsmart the Jedi. And I'm telling you right now, it could have been so cool in Ahsoka. It could have been so cool if, like, he just lured her into a trap that, because he knew how to defeat her Jedi abilities. He had some sort of technology that could trap her and use the Force against her, or maybe neutralize Force powers temporarily. I mean, there's so many clever things that you could do, right? And they just wasted all that potential. Crowbar the Skull says the main characters look a little too young. Luke is supposed to be like 30 in this, and Han is around 35. Yeah, it's that anime look, that ageless anime look.
The final component. Mount Tantis.
I thought the Emperor had many storehouses.
Yes, and none more important than here. Are you the guardian of the mountain?
You know what might have been cool? In an alternate version of what later became Rise of Skywalker, instead of the Emperor returning, Kylo Ren you know, he's now become the leader of the First Order or whatever, but he needs like a weapon or something to defeat the Resistance, whatever. And he journeys to like an old lair of Emperor Palpatine's, and he goes there to sort of plunder it for like valuable technology and stuff that Emperor Palpatine had like stored up there. And while he's there, like a Force ghost of Emperor Palpatine shows up, because like the dark side is powerful enough in this place that he can sort of manifest. He's like the only Sith user that's been able to return from the other side as a Force ghost. And it would be kind of cool, like a Force ghost Emperor Palpatine guiding Kylo Ren. So in other words, Palpatine is not the antagonist. Kylo Ren is the antagonist. But Palpatine becomes his like Force ghost Obi-Wan and like helps arm him to the teeth with all of his secrets and makes Kylo Ren this nightmare like bad guy. That's what should have happened. That's what should have happened in the Rise of Skywalker situation. For lack of a better, just, you know, episode 9. Let's call it episode 9. That's what episode 9 should have been, in my view. J.J. Abrams is such a moron.
Killed him.
Stand down, Rook. I am Grand Admiral Thrawn, Warlord of the Empire. Who are you?
Mace Windu, Jedi Master.
Interesting.
And now, you die.
What do you think, chat? It's kind of got potential, right? It's better than Ahsoka so far. Fu Man Blue, I don't like it when you're this... You seem like you're in a bad mood, Fu Man. What? What'd you say? Jedis are pussies? If they had to swing a real sword for more than 10 seconds, they'd be spent. Yeah, that's fair, actually. I pretty much agree with it. But you know what, though? There's differing theories, okay? So I've read in some, like, I don't know if you'd call it, like, extended universe lore or whatever, but I've heard some suggestions that a lightsaber is actually very difficult to wield because of the gravitational forces. And you actually need the Force to be able to wield it. So because it has like its own gravitational field, it's actually very difficult to actually swing it. And an average person can't actually do that. So if that's true, then it actually is as difficult as a real sword. I don't know if that's true, though. He did say, yes, Crowbar, he did say Mace Windu at the end. So I don't know if that's like Force Ghost Mace Windu or what. I don't know. It better not be back from the dead Mace Windu. Is Mace Windu in Heir to the Empire? I don't think so, because Heir to the Empire predates the prequels, doesn't it? Heir to the Empire publication date. Yeah, 1991. So yeah, they're retconning that. They're adding it's Mace Windu. Mace Windu is in it. I mean, they're kind of going that direction. Okay. Now, moving on to my next topic here. Actually, now, Mr. Producer, we're not running that one. We're not going to run that one. Kingdom Come is a medieval open world RPG. I think I'm going to download this game and play it. I hear that this game is just blowing the doors off. So I wanted to dig into this because there was what was this story? Let me see if I can find this. Just a quick pull quote for you. Kingdom Come Deliverance director comments. That should pull it up, I think. Yeah, I think it was from That Park Place. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. By the way, this title is bizarre to me. I don't understand this title because the first game is called Kingdom Come: Deliverance. Why? Why is it? Kingdom Come is a great title. Kingdom Come is a great title. Why do you add Deliverance? That's weird to me. That sounds like the title of a sequel, right? That doesn't sound like the title of the original game. But then you have the sequel, and the sequel is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Why not just give it a different subtitle? Like Kingdom Come Revenge. Vengeance. I don't know. Something like that. I don't understand this title at all. It's very weird. It's sort of like Mission Impossible 7, Dead Reckoning Part 1, or The Hunger Games, the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Folie à deux. Folie à deux. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 director Daniel Vavra attacks critical review as Steam reportedly hides negative reactions. Let's see. He had some kind of... I feel like he said something about like not wanting to put... There was some, I don't know if it was this guy or it was one of the other creatives that basically said, so what was happening was they were pressuring the Kingdom Come developers to put more diversity. How come in medieval Germany, it's basically the Holy Roman Empire, what is now modern day Germany, how come in medieval Germany there's no black people and there's no Asian characters? And how come it doesn't look like the world we live in today? In medieval times Germany. That's not a good thing. You've got to have diversity. How come there's no drag queens in medieval Bavaria? I don't understand that. That's very bad. And basically, how come the knights are not all women? How come it's not all the women swinging claymores and cleaving other men in half? That's not very progressive. That's very regressive. So they were getting this pushback, and they basically said, Kingdom Come is a historical game, and it's going to remain historical. And so, no, we are not going to be putting a bunch of fake, phony diversity in medieval Germany. It's not going to happen. No. We're not going to have, we're not going to go find the one vague, unsubstantiated reference of a black man that became a knight in medieval Germany and make him the protagonist of the whole series. We're not going to do that. We're just going to have it be Germans in Germany in medieval times doing what they would have been doing. And of course, that sent all the wackos right into orbit. That really tuned them up good. So Kingdom Come, in addition to, I guess, being like a really good game, may in fact be based. Look. It's not that it's anti-woke. It's not. They're just making a game that is what it's supposed to be, right? So I'm into this. So Hat Tip Asmongold, one of his rare not 45-minute videos. So we're going to take a look at this, and I've not seen this review yet. He's reacting to a review of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and my curiosity is piqued. Roll tape!
Some days I've moped about how I'll never get back the feeling I had the first time I played Skyrim, and then some days Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 arrives on a mighty steed to sweep me off my feet at a full gallop.
Damn. That looks really nice.
Armed with excellent, skill-focused melee combat and a rousing, action-packed medieval saga fit for a Hollywood blockbuster, it's one part sequel and one part coronation, bringing a lot of the original's ideas to fruition in the same way The Witcher 3 did for CD Projekt Red or Greedfall did for Spiders. No game of this scope and scale is without some technical scuff, of course, and its compelling design goals are occasionally at war with themselves just as much as our hero Henry is internally. But even still, its majesty is hard to deny.
This is a review?
This tragic tale picks up almost immediately where Kingdom Come Deliverance left off back in 2018, though I don't necessarily think you need to have played the first one to get up to speed,
That's
thanks
good
to the
for
main
me.
plot being relatively easy to follow, and most of the callbacks being well explained as they happen.
Yeah.
There are foreign armies rampaging.
Yeah, I'm really torn on this. I feel like I should play the first game. I feel like I should play the first game and just get into the story. I don't know. Is it one of those stories that's going to just blow you away, or should I just skip it, play the second one? I don't know.
Through Bohemia. The king is in captivity, God knows where, and here we are in the middle of it all, carrying an important document.
Henry, a blacksmith's son turned unlikely warrior, is thrown into the middle of
Where are all the women? Women can be knights in medieval Germany too. This is right-wing fascist propaganda is what this is.
Dynastic politicking and bloodshed played out by a diverse and complex cast, including your
I don't see any diversity at all, sir.
boisterous fail son of a liege lord, and some truly memorable entrances from real historical figures that I don't want to spoil.
Oh, that's cool.
Quiet, monk. You'll just spoil the rest of us.
Oh, real historical figures? Like Black Cleopatra, maybe? Oh, that's exciting.
A trip.
The star that shines brightest
Damn.
across this expanse of countryside, though,
This
is
game
the
does
city
look
of
good.
Kuttenberg. I can't speak about this place in
Wow.
terms any less flattering than to say that it might be one of the wonders of the modern RPG world.
Damn.
I don't think I've ever walked
That is cool. And they say it's open world, which if so, this looks like a lot of fun to explore.
the streets of a virtual medieval city that feels this huge, detailed, and most importantly, alive. The layout is based largely on the actual town that still stands today.
Wait, what?
With parts of it following the modern street grid almost exactly.
Damn.
It's a wonderful place to simply wander around and discover all kinds of urban
Is this what
adventures.
happens when the dev gives a fuck about their own game?
Yeah. Is this what happens when you have creative vision? You have a story you want to tell, and you're not some wacko blue-haired activist who wants to check a bunch of diversity boxes? Is this what happens?
You tell me it was this easy all along?
Really? From resolving a dispute between two rival
What the
sword
hell?
schools to hunting down a grisly serial killer.
Uh-oh.
There are no men in this street fight. I mean, that is no women. There's no women's here. This is implausible.
You tell me it was this easy all along?
Really? From resolving...
Look at this. Look at this chat. This is an outrage. It's all men in this. Gross.
A dispute between two rival
What the
sword
hell?
schools to hunting down a grisly serial killer.
Uh-oh.
Yes, some of the NPCs obviously share the same voice actor, and others
Nobody
even share
cares
the
about
same
that.
face, including
Nobody cares.
important side characters.
Look, people care about that. Genshin Impact wouldn't be popular. Nobody cares.
Which can be particularly jarring.
Yeah.
But it's hard to get too hung up on that in a place like this. When I first arrived here, I was already more than 40 hours into my 120-hour journey, and I spent
Damn.
multiple in-game days gleefully
They cooked.
shopping for the sickest duds and best armor I could afford.
Okay.
And that's what arriving in a huge regional capital should make me want to do.
You see? I knew we'd make a deal.
Nice. So you can barter.
The quest variety is what impressed me most of all, and that extends beyond just Kuttenberg. Very rarely are you simply sent to kill some bandits or carry a package to the next town, at least without some...
Thank God. Oh my God, I hate fetch quests. That really does that is one of the major failings of both Mass Effect Andromeda and Dragon Age Inquisition.
Some kind of interesting twist, moment of emotional turmoil, or decision built in.
Ooh, just kill his
ass. There are around 100
ass.
quests in total, and having
Over
done
100
nearly
quests.
all of them, practically every single one was memorable enough that it would stand out as a highlight.
See, like,
in a
this is what they always need to do. They need to get people that review games like this that give a fuck about the type of game. I hate it whenever they get people to review games and they don't even like these kinds of games. It's like you have me review FIFA. I say it sucks. No, it doesn't. I just don't like FIFA.
Yeah, it would be like having Star Fury review Oppenheimer. That's what it would be like. It's terrible.
Lesser RPG.
We won't tell nobody nothing. We never saw you here.
Admittedly, some were better in concept than in execution. There was one I stumbled onto completely by accident that took me deep underground and turned my sword-swinging adventure into a horror movie.
Oh, it's like Dark and Darker.
Ended up being far too short for the dread to really set in.
Okay.
All the same, I never
that's
felt
awesome.
like doing side quests ever became a chore, because I knew each one would be its own little complete episode of the adventures of Henry, stuffed with quality writing and unique objectives. It's a testament to how consistently strong they were that 120 hours did not feel way too long to me.
Wow.
Along the way are expansive, breathtakingly beautiful landscapes spread out over 2 open-world maps, both of which are
This
chock
looks
full
really nice. I mean, the visuals for this are amazing.
Yeah, big agree.
See, this is why we got that 8K bit rate now. Like, I got shit upgraded now, and so like we're gonna be streaming this at 8K.
Research details of late medieval Bohemian life. There isn't a ton of variety in terms of geography. It's all wooded hills and meadows for the most part.
Yeah, I have to say, when video game streaming first started, was first kind of happening, like Twitch was taking off and you had all these, it was absolutely puzzling to me why, the young generation was into watching people play games instead of just playing the game. I was like, don't you just want to play the game? But the thing is, when I was a kid, video games, there was not nearly as many to play as there are now. There are so many games being released all the time. Mobile games, console games, Steam games. There is such a surfeit of video games, and the video games are so much more extensive and intricate and complex than they used to be. 120 hours. Even if I want to play this game, do I have 120 hours to invest in it? So what I realize now is that we need streamers because, I can't play every single game I want to play, but I can probably watch a streamer play a game that I'm interested in, but I can't make the time commitment. I can still watch the streamer do it. So it's actually a brilliant entertainment system.
But that's what the region looks like in real life.
That's right.
It's big enough to get lost in, and the contrast between villages and open wilderness varies things up nicely enough.
Quick!
I did find it rather odd that you can't go into any of the churches, though, since those would
be
near the top of my list if I were planning a tourist trip through 1400s Europe.
Yeah.
That is odd.
That's right. Well, I streamed it. I
If the
just watched
side
the review.
quests are like episodes of a TV show, the main quest is a big screen war movie that pulls out all the stops in its ambition.
I love the sound of that.
Dialogue and emotional range. Parts of it made me cheer, parts of it actually brought me to tears.
I never cried over a video game. I have, but it's because I got mad at the game.
Bit of a rude awakening.
And Henry's ultimate nemesis got under my skin in a way video game bad guys rarely do, making me rethink everything I'd done up to that point in what might be one of the most memorable final encounters I've ever played through.
Yeah.
It's mature without being edgy. It drips with historical authenticity, and it has interesting questions to ask you about what it means to be a hero or a villain.
Damn.
It's somewhat unfortunate then that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is both a mostly linear medieval action drama and an open world sandbox, and those two concepts don't always play well together. I'm going to skirt around spoilers the best I can, but I need to give you a specific example of the worst experience I had.
Okay.
I need to tell you about the Hungarian camp. In one of the late game areas, there's a military camp set up by King Sigismund, the evil conquering tyrant you've been opposing since the first hour of the first game.
Well, sounds like an asshole, right?
Sticker away right now.
Oh.
I, of course, tried to assault it by myself the second I got there.
There you go. Yeah.
And was immediately put down like a dog. Fair enough. But for the next 40 hours of adventuring, I was plotting my revenge.
Yeah. That's right.
A fire was lit in me. Motivation to become as much of a badass as possible. I studied with all of the best blade masters. I learned the way of the bow. I saved up for the best armor. I forged by my own hand the very best sword in Bohemia.
Nice. Look how long it is.
Next time I showed up at that camp, things were going to be different. So, near the end, I went back to the Hungarian camp Rambo style, and I killed everyone there.
Nice!
That's pretty badass. Oh, shit!
Yes! Yes! There you go.
Okay, not the cook
Why?
or the tailor, and not Musa. Musa's cool.
I know very well what you meant.
But probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40 armed men.
Uh-huh.
This was an empowering and gleeful rush.
Great.
With difficult combat that tested all of my skills like never before. A real highlight of the entire journey. And these are enemy soldiers, let me remind you. I don't feel like this was an unpredictable or degenerate thing to do.
Yeah, of course you do this.
So it was a huge downer when, shortly after, I was asked to infiltrate this same camp as a spy. And Henry didn't even so much as mention that he had completely desolated the place and had a bounty on his head so large that the authorities there would skip fines and prison time and just straight up execute me if I was caught.
That seems pretty normal to me, I would say. I think that's kind of normal. Like, most games are going to be like that. Yeah, you're going to break the quest. Yeah, that's just normal. Games do that. Sometimes they do, right? I mean, I'm sure there's examples of games that pop off like that, like, let's say Baldur's Gate 3 or something. But it's like, that's a super exception. Like, I don't think you can even expect that.
Is the most heinous of crimes. You'll fry in hell for this.
This is a required story quest with no alternate path.
Yeah.
So the ridiculous, frustrating solution I found was to sneak up on the unkillable quest NPCs several times to talk to them and start the next cutscene before that same NPC spotted me and went running to call the guards.
I don't know nothing. We didn't
Yeah,
do
that's
nothing.
kind of scuffed.
It also ruined my near-perfect reputation because I guess killing invading enemy soldiers was a crime that the random peasants Sigismund is actively oppressing couldn't forgive. And everyone in
that does seem kind of stupid, I'll be fair. It does seem so.
every town ended up hating.
That really is the worst in an RPG. That is the worst. That is the number one thing in an RPG that breaks immersion. When you do something that the game allows you to do, and then the game doesn't acknowledge the consequences of what you did. And I don't think we give enough credit to how brilliantly, like, the Mass Effect trilogy was designed, because most of the things you do, it may not be as big of an impact as you want it to be, but almost every single thing you do as Shepard pays off in some way in that trilogy. And there's even things you do as Shepard that interrupt a plot line, and the game acknowledges it. So, mad respect for BioWare in their heyday for being able to do that. Dragon Age Origins was great at that also. Dragon Age Origins was amazing at giving you all kinds of different choices you could do. And to the extent that, for the most part, like in Skyrim, those things will pay off pretty well. Like, if you just do something like for example, I think when you're doing the war arc in Skyrim where you're helping one side or the other defeat the other, Like I've run into situations where you've already cleared something out, like you've already taken out a bunch of bandits or whatever, and they're like, "Go take out these bandits," and there's a dialogue option that says, "I already killed all them." Really? Wow, you're just the right man for the job then. And it's like, that's cool. I like it when the game acknowledges what you were doing, and it's a real. I have no illusions about how difficult that is to achieve. Like that is a very that is why video games are such a high art form. In fact, to your point, Universal, you say all video games look like video games. The only real life visuals I ever saw was on Sega CD, had real life visuals. If they pay me to play video games, I'll play, but real life is much more important than fake and pretend. Now, Universal, well, do you like movies, Universal? Because that's fake and pretend. You know, I'm just saying. But that, to me, is why video games are such a high art form, because unlike in a film, a play, a novel, or a TV show, you take on the role of the character and you can make choices and you're immersed in it. And the difficulty of having to, the difficulty of creating an immersive world that's not on rails, you know, where multiple choices can happen and pay off. Dude, that takes an immense amount of work. Star Fury says, I stepped away for a minute and I come back to what? What, Star Fury? What are you talking about? What else did I miss? Fu Man Blue says, talking about like just not watching. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I used to be on the same page saying I shit on the idea of like people streaming themselves playing video game and watching people play video games on stream. I first saw that people watch. As a lifelong hardcore gamer, it did not compute. I guess if you want to be in a favorite world but don't have time to play, it's cool. I think that's one aspect of it for me. But like, for example, there are some games that I don't enjoy enough to finish. Like, so Dead Space is kind of an example. I love the first Dead Space, and I played all the way through it. I got about halfway through Dead Space 2, and I just got frustrated with some of the stuff that you have to do in it. Like there's a couple of like little mini, I don't know if I'd say mini games, but just like there's a way you have to defeat an enemy that is so freaking annoying and frustrating. I just like, you know what? I have other games I want to play, and I put it down and I play a different game. So, but I wanted to know how the story ended. So I would go on YouTube and just watch someone play through the whole game and basically just show me the movie of what happens in the game, and I enjoyed that a lot. So it has its place, is my point. Star Fury says, Deliverance 2 now has a now infamous underage same-sex sex scene. What? I haven't heard of this. Well, we'll keep a sharp eye on it, Star Fury.
Eating me.
Poe's mad.
That's right. Get out of here, you scoundrel.
Ooh.
But this was a major outlier in what was otherwise a hugely engrossing marathon-length playthrough.
Got him.
Other than that one total debacle, I truly adored almost every minute I spent with Henry and company.
Nice.
The tactical, skill-based sword combat is a sharp refinement of the already great system from the first game, though I felt like at higher levels, the balance of pure stats to player skill skewed a little bit too much in favor of the former.
Big mistake,
So I can overgear the game.
You could
Thank
probably
God.
reach the credits without actually getting particularly good at the sword play, which...
Boys, we are going to finish this game. Wow.
Was certainly not the case in the first one.
Yeah.
But it is cleaner, more varied, and smoother to play.
End of duel.
Archery in particular has improved a lot. There's a blacksmithing minigame now, which I found a little bit clunky and unsatisfying in practice.
Yeah.
But it is still great after the fact to be able to use a sword I made myself in combat.
Yeah, that is cool.
and alchemy has been made way more intuitive. I also really like the improved perk system, where every level up feels like it gives you multiple choices between meaningful bonuses.
I'm gonna get the warmonger
one. A lot of the
one.
perks honestly felt more like side grades than upgrades.
Yeah.
There was a perk that made it so sleeping outside was more restful, but sleeping in a bed was less so.
Yeah.
The sequel's version only has the upside and not the drawback, which is important if I'm going to spend my hard-earned skill points on something rather than just picking it as a character.
Damn, there's a lot of stuff you can get.
And while there wasn't a single quest as interesting or different as the monk arc from the original, getting to level up my scholarship and unlock new quest resolutions by destroying my enemies with facts and logic was also great.
That sounds like Reddit. Get that the fuck out of here.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, he's so right about. Oh, fuck that. That sounds like those Reddit wackos. Dude, Reddit is an insane asylum, man. It is an insane asylum. I've just never seen people that are so smug. Dude, they're the smuggest form of life on planet Earth is a Redditor. Like and I don't even care, even non-political Redditors, like even just Redditors that are just Redditing about like, just like Mass Effect lore. You know what I mean? They are the smuggest sons of bitches you are ever going to interact with.
Did I mention that it runs really well on my 4070 Ti, even at 4K and very high settings?
Damn, okay, cool.
I still can't even run the first Kingdom Come Deliverance at max settings on this same machine, and that game is 7 years old.
So it's
at this
optimized?
Point.
People still optimize video
work
games?
That was done here deserves a shout. There are also plenty of bugs, but most of them are of the silly sort you screenshot to show your friends that you'd expect in an RPG with this much ambition.
Yeah, sure.
Only rarely.
Yes, Starfury. Yes, you're exactly. Reddit is where your last brain cells go to die. It's so.
Did something show up that actually disrupted my gameplay?
Was that a zebra? Bro, this looks awesome.
In many ways,
the thing about Reddit, though, this is the thing about Reddit, okay? Yeah, yes, blue-haired wackos, crazy, smug, just absolute. It is absolutely the internet social media equivalent of like a North Korean prison state, right? Just everybody is on, everyone's minds and thought patterns are on carefully moderated rails, you know? But aside from all that, the thing about Reddit is they actually do have forums that are very useful. You know what I mean? If you just like Google search. So let me give you an example, okay? For the first time ever, I'm so bereft of new content to play in the Fallout world because Fallout 76 is trash, and I love Fallout 4. And I've played all of Far Harbor. I've played the game like 3 or 4 times, the main quest 3 or 4 times. I've done all the Minutemen stuff. I literally was like, I need more content. So I downloaded Nuka-Cola World because I never had any interest in Nuka-Cola World. But I thought, I need something. So I download Nuka-Cola World, okay? If you don't know, Nuka-Cola World, it's basically like the equivalent of Disney World in our timeline. And in Fallout, so you go to this Nuka World, and basically this theme park, analogous to Disney World, has been completely taken over by raiders who've enslaved all the original inhabitants, and they're crazy psychopaths, and they're warring with each other. And they rope you in to being, I guess, the leader of one of these factions, and you as the player now have the opportunity to like take over all the raider gangs and then use the raider gangs to take over the Commonwealth. Okay. Now there's a problem with this. I don't play as an evil guy. I don't want to be an evil character. I like being the good guy who saves people. I know that that's sad and pathetic, Starfury, but that's beside the point. So I thought, okay, well, how do I play the good guy arc? Because if you refuse to be a raider and just take over the whole Commonwealth, if you just refuse that, so, oh, you guys suck, well, then there's nothing to do. There's nothing you can do. There's no quest lines because you can only be the bad guy, right? There's no good quest line, right? But I did not allow this to deter me. I immediately went on Google and I searched, what is the good quest line for Nuka World or whatever. Well, I found a Reddit thread. That was quite useful. And the Reddit thread was just a walkthrough of how to do sort of a homebrew good quest line, by sort of getting around the heinous things you would normally have to do if you followed it to a T. There's like some workarounds. There's a workaround to basically be a sort of good guy who does a couple bad things but gets a redemption arc. And it's like, okay, I'll do that. So it gave me this really useful point by point of like what steps to do to basically create your own good guy arc in Nuka World, which is probably one of the neckbeardiest things that I could admit to doing with my free time. Nevertheless, so it is. Now, that's useful. And that's the problem with Reddit, is it does have things like that are useful. Just don't step outside of that, because if you then go to the next thread, it's going to be like, oh my God, it's so regressive that there's no pronouns in Fallout 4. Is anyone tired of playing games with no pronouns in it? You know what I mean? When are they going to make Fallout 5 with body type 1 and body type 2 and top surgery scars? I'm so tired of this regressive early Fallout. And so just avoid that and just stay with the post that's useful. You know what I'm saying?
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 feels like it's picked up and run with the reactive first-person RPG torch that Bethesda left lying in the mud years ago in pursuit of a broader audience. And it has excellent melee combat, which the Elder Scrolls never came close to, even at its peak.
That's very true. And, you know, it's tempting to not admit this, but I kind of like it that way. I can either do like a level up system where my skills get better and better and better, and that's what impacts how well I do, or I can do a system where there's lots of combat. I feel like I struggle when it's both at the same time. But even as I say that, like, I love Mass Effect 2 and 3, which does kind of combine both. Like, there is a level of skill in the actual gameplay, but you can also level up Shepard's abilities so that Shepard is more effective in combat and so forth. What was another game that kind of did this very well? Yeah, I mean, Fallout. Actually, I really do like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas. I actually really like how those games combine the live action gameplay with the skill tree and the level up system. I actually do like that a lot. So you know what? This could work really well. Universal pointing out Superman copyright lawsuit to delay release of new Warner Brothers film. That's the headline in Google. What a shit show, man. What a shit show.
Elder Scrolls sucked. I'm going to be honest, I did. I never thought it would.
Wait, what?
I always thought Elder Scrolls sucked. I'm going to be honest, I did. I never thought it was that good.
That's a hot take. How can you not love Elders? I have played Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, and I've loved all three of them.
Sure, if it wants to be a cinematic tale about a specific guy going on a specific adventure, or a truly dynamic open world sandbox packed with interesting and varied side quests, and that can lead to a few immersion-shattering conflicts. But most of the time, leaning into one doesn't get in the way of the other, and you're free to go on any of its many optional adventures along the way to a thought-provoking and rousing finale for the main plot.
Okay, cool.
I was delighted to get...
You know, this is checking a lot of boxes. No, not those kinds of boxes. The good kind of boxes. Excellent story. Check. Open world with beautiful landscapes and beautiful visuals. Historically accurate town layouts. Check. Dialogue options, a customizable character. Well, a character whose choices, at least, you can customize. I don't know about, like, the appearance of the character. Check. Great immersive battle system and skill tree. Check. And number 5, it's in the title of the channel, swords. Check. Major awesome sword combat. And here on the Swords and Starships channel, we like swords. No, that's not a euphemism. Now, I feel like this is a game I'm going to have to play. The question is, do I play the first one first? What do I do? Universal, should I play the first one first? Universal says the estate accused Warner, this would be in reference to James Gunn's Superman, of unlawfully failing to pay royalties to use Superman in Britain, Canada, Australia, and other countries outside the United States. That is a pickle.
Lost in its world, and
9.
it will be a long time before I forget its exceptional story.
9. Damn.
And you know what's amazing about this review? You know what's amazing about this? Not one reference, not one, to anything political, ideological, current day. Not a thing. Not a thing. Do you know what's incredible about this review? You know what's incredible about this? It was focused on the game and what it was like to play the game. What a concept. That's all it was. I played the game. I did this thing. I killed all these guys, and then that caused this problem and that problem. But I love the world. It's really immersive. It was so fun making a sword, then using it in combat. Oh my God. Like he reviewed the gameplay. I didn't have to hear any bullshit about top surgery scars. I didn't have to hear anything about how toxic gamers are. I didn't have to hear any of that crap. I didn't have to hear about how there's a lot of patriarchal messaging in this. It's a revelation.
For more historical swordplay,
All
check
right.
out our reviews of
That's
Ninja
historical,
Gaiden 2
right?
Black and Dynasty Warriors Origins. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Yeah, this was an IGN review that was about the game. It's unbelievable. I can't get over it. It's as if he's a game journalist whose topic of study is the video game. It's so bizarre. I haven't run into this in a while.
Thank God they had somebody fucking review the game that actually liked the game.
Yes, exactly.
It's like, hey, we had a guy that hates video games review this game. He doesn't like this one. It's bad. Yeah, there you go. Man. As good as Veilguard? Yeah, it's as good as Veilguard. The same guy reviewed Dragon Age. Well, hey, hopefully a stopped clock, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hatip Asmongold with a pretty good review of a review. No, Fu Man, don't say that. Fu Man says we're watching a guy, watching a guy, watching a guy. I've lost the will to live. well, what can we do, Fu Man Blue, to bring it back? Well, what do you want from me? I can't just show all Grizzy videos all the time. I have to have others. I have to diversify my content. Okay, so I came across this. This might also be an as. I don't think it is. No, here it is. It's a compilation. I was watching this. Yes. I cannot get enough of this guy. I really can't. Okay. Hang on. Yes. Share screen, Mr. Producer. This is, without a doubt, one of humanity's finest contributors. This man named Tony. God bless him. God bless him.
Hello. Goodbye. Anyways, if you want to start a business on a budget, make sure you go to the Source Factory.
Hi, friends. Today we're talking about something super cool called pronouns.
Not interested, sir. Anyways, here's how to tell if the sign's cheap.
Like, I'm a trans man and I'm gay and I have been.
So you're straight. Anyways, watch me put it down like this.
So you're straight.
Design is very human.
So I got served today at the pharmacy, and
Sir, here's how to tell if your LED sign is cheap, sir.
You're a fake ally, you're a fake liberal, you're a hypocrite, and I feel sorry for your trans friends.
Oh my God, you know, these creatures that have crawled out of the swamp of secular left-wing lunacy, howling at the moon lunacy. Just evil, bitter, nasty human beings. They have helped me restore my faith in God. Because believing in nothing is what results in this shit.
I feel sorry for your trans friends.
I don't have any trans friends. Anyways, here's how to tell if your LED sign is cheap.
People would ask me, Mommy, what's a girl? Mommy, what's a boy? What makes somebody a girl? What makes somebody a boy? Baby, I'm a they, them. I have no idea.
If you have a penis, you're a boy. Anyways, here's how to tell if your sign is cheap.
How someone identifies, my pronouns aren't...
You have a penis, yeah. How do we live in this timeline? How do we live in a world where we are literally arguing? We're literally arguing over how to figure out the gender of our own species. Do you ever just, I mean, I know, we all know how insane it is, but do you ever just really consider how insane it is? Like, I'm saying, like, this is a level of stark, raving insanity that is, you know, have you ever seen, there's like an episode, there are episodes of Star Trek that are like this. Okay, here's a good example. Event Horizon. The film Event Horizon, okay? Have you seen this? I love this film, okay? They find this ship that went through a hole in the universe and it came back and all the crew are gone. The rescue team boards the ship. They go and they find it's like a flight recorder or something like that. And it's a recording of the final moments of the crew of the ship, right? And it's like a clue to the mystery of what happened to them. And they play the clip from the security recording or the flight recorder, whatever it was. And it's just all of the crew are going insane and they're screaming and they're tearing each other's eyes out and they're like hanging each other up, you know, these creepy demonic displays. And then they shut it off like, my God, what happened to these people? Or like the episode of Star Trek Enterprise when they find this Vulcan ship, the Saleya, and Archer and T'Pol and the gang, they board the ship and they find that all of the Vulcan crew, who famous for controlling their emotions and being disciplined and intelligent, have all turned into crazy homicidal zombies that are clawing each other's eyes out. And they're like, oh my God, what happened to these people to turn them into these monsters? Well, when I see this shit in our society, I'm like, this is like the answer to that question for when the archaeologists find the remains of our society and they find our final moments of like, we're tearing each other's eyes out. My God, what happened to these people? What? This is what they will see. The answer to that question is this crap. This was the beginning of the end in that story, is what I'm saying. That's what I think about.
Preferred, they are mandatory.
Anyways, if you don't know how to take a business to the next level, come see us with this ultra-thin light box.
You have reached a pronoun checkpoint.
Not interested. What's up, homie? I'm Tony. If you want to start a...
So, anyway, I love Tony. Tony's fantastic. Sir, let me show you. I just got served at the Starbucks. And he's like, no, listen, sir. If you have a penis, you are a boy. Dude, his southern accent is so great. I love it so much. Okay, fine, Universal. Universal's crying uncle. Don't unsubscribe. Universal, I did. No, please, don't go. Look, I'm just doing what I can, Universal. You know? That was not nice, Captain. Well, look, the Captain's not always nice, you know? Sometimes the Captain's just got to go where he's got to go. Fu Man Blue talking. Oh, no, we've swerved into Star Trek talk. Says, I couldn't believe the Vulcans tried to lay that event at his feet later in that season. Such a good season. But no, okay, so you're referring to, of course, the Star Trek Enterprise, the 3rd season, which is my favorite season of Star Trek ever. I love it. And it's when they're trying to stop the Xindi from destroying Earth. It's so brilliant. It's one of the most, it was peak Star Trek for me. And Archer, because all the Vulcans have gone crazy and their minds are mush, he tries to save him, but he can't, and he winds up blowing up the ship. In the next season, his whole mission is under review, and that was a great episode. And the name of the episode, I believe, was Home, I think. And yeah, they grill him. They grill him about not working hard enough to save the Vulcans. But remember, because I forget about this, watch that episode again, Fu Man, because the end with Ambassador, was it Surak? Was that his name? At the end, he says something to Archer that explains that both Archer and the audience sort of got it wrong. That wasn't exactly what he was saying. You got to watch it again. It's really good. That ending scene with him and the Vulcan ambassador is really good. Really, really good. Crowbar the Skull says, for the record, an Asian guy speaking in a Southern accent is cultural appropriation and racist. It's really not, though, for in America, because we are the world, man. We are a nation of immigrants, legal immigrants. We are a nation united by a common set of ideals, or at least we were. It's making a comeback. We're working on it. The Orange Man's on it. Long may he reign, and he will. He will. I may vote for him for a 4th time. It looks like it might be headed that way, and I will. But yeah, that's just what's so beautiful about America, man. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre, the leftist obsession with, everything diversity. And it's like, if you live in the United States of America, you literally live in the manifest destiny of diversity. You're fixing something that's not broken. That's super funny. But honestly, I think he's doing it as it's kind of a meme, because he also does a British accent sometimes. Tony does a British accent, and it's super funny. It's super fun. Do I have, Mr. Producer, do I have this in my stack of stuff? I promise I won't torture the chat. I won't torture the chat too much. Stack of stuff, Mr. Producer. I know, we need to clean some stuff out of there. Definitely need to clean some stuff. But just by, I like, hello, goodbye. That's a good one. Oh my God, is Ryan a serial killer? That's so awesome. Yeah, here we go. This one's pretty good. Could you endure one more, Universal? Okay, just one. Okay, just one. Just one. Okay. I can't wait to show this to you. I saw this last night.
Again.
I know I don't wipe my ass, and it
Oh my
stinks
God.
when I walk past you in public, but
Anyways, here's how to tell if you're If the vinyl has less than 1 year warranty,
Red flag that I see.
What the fuck? What in the hell? Okay. All right. No more. Okay. That's enough. That's enough. No, Mr. Producer. No more. The chat. We're at the chat's limit for that. He's got it. He's got Kleenex stuffed in his nose. That's so funny. That guy is genius, man. It's genius. And dude, all he's doing is marketing a sign company. He has his own little sign company, and this is how he markets it. He does reactions to these wackos on TikTok, and it's so funny. That's right, Fu Man. We're a melting pot. Of course, we adopt aspect of each other's cultures. It's not appropriation. That's a word they use to put a bad spin on something. Yeah, no, well, they act as if every subset of humanity has existed for like all of time in a vacuum. And it wasn't until the white man came along and started like stealing everybody's culture. Oh, suddenly there's cross-pollination of culture. No! Humans have been cross-pollinating each other's cultures for as long as humans have existed on the planet. It's ridiculous to suggest otherwise. Every society for thousands of years has been influenced by its neighbors or by contact with other societies. If traders found something that they liked from another civilization, they would trade that for what they wanted. That is how humans work. That's how we have, so it just, listen, like all things left-wing woke, it's nonsense. It's bullshit. They are cultural, civic, and historical illiterates. They're illiterates. They don't know anything about the shit they talk about all the time. And that's not because they couldn't know it if they applied themselves. It's because they don't care. They don't care. So there you go. Universal. I have no words for the existence of that person. She's like, now I know I don't wipe my ass. I'm like, what? Like, what? What are you doing? What are you on the internet saying this for? Why are you on the internet? Even, first of all, why is that? But I don't want to know. But second of all, why are you telling anyone? Third of all, why are you telling everyone on the internet? There are so many things about that are beyond understanding. Crowbar, the bitch with the itch. Oh, gross. That's the grossest thing I've ever. That's one of the grossest things I've ever seen on the internet. But it's so funny because Tony's he's got his nose plucked. Oh, dude, hat tip Tony, man. What, he's so great. It's just it's brilliant, man. It's just great content. Now, what else was in the stack of stuff there? I thought there was something else. Okay, I think we're going to continue. I had a couple of things I was working on. Oh, dude, check this out. Okay, just a real quick one here. I put together a couple things I stumbled across. Dude, check this clip out, chat. Okay, one more, and then we'll move on to our next course here. So this is like a short. This is like on, I guess it's a short, but it's not in short format. I don't know why. Whatever. It just says, why are you obsessed with a 10-year-old game? The 10-year-old game. And this is what you see. And it's from the Arkham games. Using the Nolan trilogy music, which is brilliant. Dude, look at this. This is unbelievably cool. That is so rad. That is like one of the coolest damn things I've ever seen. That's from the Arkham games, man. You know something? I'll tell you what. I wish Christopher Nolan's series had just been like, I wish it had continued. I really do. I wish he hadn't made it this closed loop trilogy. But then, I say that, but then look at what's happened to Marvel. Look what's happened to Star Wars. So maybe that's a... I should just be glad. Just be glad. Crowbar... don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to say, don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. What the fuck, man? Why is mental illness now a matter of like why is that content generation now? I mean, I say that, but the fact of the matter is, back in like the late 1800s, they used to give tours, like tourist trap tours of asylums. And it wasn't for like medical curiosity or to like, it wasn't for like study or like, college education. It wasn't for the purposes of, say, raising charitable donations or anything like that. They would give tours of insane asylums so people could gawk at the crazies, just like for entertainment. It was just entertainment. It was like, oh, look at this crazy bitch, and it was like, oh, look, they're all insane, aren't they freaks? That was what it was. Which, that was bad. We should have done that. That was very naughty. That was you, Britain. Stop it, eh? That was Britain that would do that. To be fair, I'm sure we did that in America too. And then they realized, okay, that's naughty. It's very naughty to give freak show tours of asylums for purely entertainment purposes. Let's not do that anymore. But here we are. Here we are. The internet has brought it back. Now we don't have to give freak show tours of the asylum. Now the asylum comes to you. That's not even a joke. I'm dead serious. I'm saying the same human instinct that resulted in something as depraved as giving freak show tours of an asylum to the public, and charging like ticket prices, the same human instinct that led to like the freak show at the circus is the same human instinct that has led to the phenomenon of like TikTok crazies just advertising their literal insanity. And what we do is we scroll through it because it's amusing. It's just like doing the tour, man. You're doing the asylum tour. Yeah, they used to call it the Looney Bin Universal. It's in the words of Quark from Deep Space Nine, the more things change, the more they stay the same. We're honest to God. We like to think of our species as being very evolved, very enlightened, very educated. Unlike our knuckle-dragging ancestors, we are of a much more sophisticated breed. We are the cosmopolitan descendants. And the reality is we're not as far removed from our ancestors cheering in the Colosseum as we think we are. We just are. And TikTok and Reddit are proof of that. Ironclad, irrefutable proof. Let's continue with the red letter media on Section 31. We were watching that last week. Do I have it, Mr. Producer? Where is it? I didn't link it? No, you mean you didn't link it. I'm the talent. It's called division of labor, Mr. Producer. You get the links, I provide the talent. For the people. Little inside baseball, folks. Pay no mind. Yes, red letter media. We'll do another segment of this. As you know, Section 31 is Alex Kurtzman's latest. It's his latest dump that he took on the Star Trek fandom. And Red Letter Media has been reviewing it. So we're picking up where we left off last week. Mr. Producer, roll tape, if you please.
I don't think so.
See, I liked when William Sadler was on Deep Space Nine as who I thought died recently. I always tell Jay, I swear to God, I heard that do you know who William Sadler is? I thought he died. Maybe I dreamt it. And I remember, because I remember my brain thought, oh, well, that would have been cool if he showed up in this Section 31 TV show.
I mean, he is the Grim Reaper.
I know. Maybe that's what made me think of it.
That's what I'm thinking.
But I was like, wouldn't it have been cool if William Sadler showed up somehow in Section 31, whether through a...
Why would that be cool? That would not be cool. Not in Kurtzman Trek.
Time vortex or whatever. But then I was like, oh, it's a shame he died. But he's not dead. But he was the original Section 31 guy. We didn't see anybody else, no teams. He would just show up and he would like harass Julian Bashir to kind of like go on operations because he recognized he was smart and he could work for them.
Section 31 has an assignment for you.
I'm telling you right now, chat, this is what inspired the Elusive Man in Mass Effect. 100%, not a doubt in my mind. It's almost the same story. Just swap out the Elusive Man, swap out Sloane for the Elusive Man and Julian Bashir for Shepard. And you've got Cerberus and the Elusive. Yeah, that's what you've got. Because the idea here is that Sloane, as part of Section 31, this off-book operation, they go around the galaxy recruiting extraordinary people for extraordinary missions, and they are particularly interested in people with unique abilities, and Julian Bashir has a genetically engineered intelligence. But Bashir is like a good guy, and he doesn't want to work with them, and so Sloane is constantly trying to like convince him that it's in humanity's best interest, what Section 31 wants. Back when Star Trek was complex and interesting and fascinating.
Section 31 existed to test the ethics of Julian Bashir.
Sure, yeah.
Section 31 served a purpose in the story of Deep Space Nine, and they were villainous.
The worst that Section 31 did was they tricked a good-hearted Romulan senator into taking the fall for a genetics weapon that was going to be unleashed, and they had to stop it.
Yeah.
It was a simple plot. They went to Romulus, and you know, there's some, it's a little cloak and dagger kind of fun stuff, you know. Then in Discovery, Philippa Georgiou, aka Michelle Yeoh, was the lovely captain of the USS Shenzhou. And then she died, and she was Michael Burnham's like mentor, hero, and whatever, captain. And then she discovers that she's in the Mirror universe as the Empress of the Terran Empire.
Yes.
It's like, oh, okay, that's a fun little twist. You know, it's really nice, you know, benevolent captain that Michelle Michael Burnham, whatever the fuck her name is, likes her. Here she's an evil Empress, and then they just like
irredeemably evil.
It's a redemption story. It's about second chances.
Then they just went off the rails, and it's just like she was the worst thing ever.
Look at this! Look at how evil she is. She is so evil. She's savage. She's like literally like Saw level evil. She eats like sapient people as delicacies. She just murders at will. She's responsible for genocide after genocide. She is an absolute nightmare. And in Section 31, she's all hip and cool. It's what I said last week. That this is the true woke fantasy. This is the real fantasy. To have ultimate power. Now, they may not be willing to admit that to themselves because they always frame everything as like, oh, we're fighting for the oppressed and the marginalized. But what they really want is absolute power. It's like, that's what they want. So they secretly admire characters like this. That's what results in this twisted idea that, oh, she's on a redemption arc. No, she's not.
And then people are like, oh, we like Michelle Yeoh. She's kind of fun in that role. And then Alex Kurtzman's like, well, what? And it's like, no. They don't really like her. It's like I like Emperor Palpatine, you know, because he's fun. Yeah. But I don't want to see him like join a team.
Section 6.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's such a good point. I like Emperor Palpatine because he's fun. He's fun. Oh, let's face it, folks. He is quotable, is he not? Let the hate flow through you. Or even better, it's like, you want this, don't you? You know, or a classic, ever the classic, oh, I assure you that this station, the shields will be quite operational when your friends arrive. Yes. Or, it's treason then. Yeah, no, he's awesome. He's awesome. We don't want to see him join Section 31. Imagine if Palpatine comes back, right? And he becomes just a secret agent. It would be like if Palpatine somehow survived, somehow returned, and he became enrolled in a secret Black Ops spy group that is in the direct employ and supervision of the New Republic. And he went on missions to save the New Republic. Do you hear how ridiculous it is? It's so ridiculous.
66.
I don't want to see
Section
him like,
66.
Like fighting with somebody and like having an emotional moment where he's hugging people. It's just like irredeemable Hitler, right?
It would be fun.
So I guess I'm coming back to the point where it's a good thing that this is getting bad reviews. It's a good thing for I don't know, whatever potential future is left.
It's not going to make a difference.
It's on life support.
Bad reviews and bad shows have never made a difference before. I see no reason anything is going to change. Whatever kind of dirt Alex Kurtzman has on the executives in Hollywood, he still has it. He's going to continue to work until we're all dead, and he's going to outlive us because there is no justice in this universe.
Well said.
Happiness comes from the fact that the curtain has been pulled back and we see the full extent of the audience and critical reactions to a fully complete Star Trek, New Trek product, which we never really have before. It's always been kind of mysterious. I always thought...
That's a really great point. That's a really great point. A lot of what allows the Kurtzman Trek model to sort of escape culpability for its various crimes against storytelling is that there's always a next season. There's always the next episode on the horizon. Nothing's ever fully resolved. So this is the first time we've had a self-contained, 100% complete. There's no cliffhangers or anything. It just literally is a self-contained, complete Kurtzman Trek story. And it is the absolute epitome of hot garbage. Hot, laying in the sun, soaking in garbage water, trash.
Who's watching this and why?
I think you're wrong about the curtain being pulled back. Curtain's been pulled back for a while.
Has it?
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
So when it comes to Paramount Plus operating a business, does having the Star Trek brand name, other than the previous series, maybe they're operating on that alone, but who is watching Star Trek Discovery Season 5?
I don't know.
That's a question for you, Universal. What would you say to that? I'm serious. I'm curious about this. This puzzles me. Who are they even making Star Trek for at this point? Yeah, yes, a couple Reddit wackos, sure. But who else? Who else are they making this for? It's not normies. I don't think normies are watching modern Trek. I really don't. They watched the Abrams movies, but honestly, if they made another in the Abrams universe with Chris Pine, I don't even think it would do well in the box office. I don't think it would bring the normies out this time. So who are they doing this for?
I've never known.
What are the numbers?
I don't know. I have never known, but they've been making this shit for 10 years. It hasn't stopped. Nobody has taken a hint. I have no reason to believe that anything is going to change.
Is this man sentient? I mean, seriously. They keep showing this guy. He looks barely aware. Is he conscious? He's just... I mean, I think one theory is that he got really seriously baked, you know? He got really baked before he sat down for this. I prefer my theory, which is that he is like dead sober. But this is, you are witnessing in real time the depth of consciousness and the depth of intelligence that results in Kurtzman Trek. You are looking at it large as life. There is nothing there. There is, you could wave a hand in front of this man's face and he wouldn't even see it. He's like catatonic. There is nothing going on.
Now, none. No reason.
Or maybe he had dreams of writing something great and he got, he took this job because it was an opportunity and he just had to take it. And his soul has been completely crushed because he's had to write what Kurtzman wants him to write, which is a bunch of nonsense and drivel, and he hates his life. That's another, that I consider that the least likely theory. I think most likely is barely sentient, which is my theory, baked, which was some of the chat's theory, and third, he just, he is a man of integrity and vision, and he's been crushed by the Kurtzman system. I consider that unlikely, that third one.
Reason to believe anything will change.
Well, that was Section 31, like you said, was in a long-term production.
Universal says Star Trek The Next Generation was the most watched Star Trek show with a peak audience of 11.5 million viewers during its 5th season, which that show was huge in its final seasons. Like, it was primetime television. A lot of people forget about that. The 1994 series finale was watched by over 30 million viewers. That's enormous. That is enormous. Star Trek Enterprise, the pilot, Broken Bow, was watched by 12.5 million viewers on UPN. Keep going, Universal. Keep that coming. You've got me intrigued here.
I think it was we had to slap this together. I was supposed to be a series, and I think when that...
Okay, was it you, Universal, who was saying that you thought video games never look real? They look like video games? Look at what's on the screen right here. This is from Section 31. This is a classic. This is a typical Kurtzman Trek shot of a starship in space. I'm going to tell you right now, this is faker than a video game to me. It all feels saccharine and hollow. It all looks like CGI bullshit to me. It doesn't look real. It doesn't look like I'm actually in space. It doesn't look like what it would be like to be in space. I watch Interstellar and some of those haunting shots of the Endurance, floating by the rings of Saturn. It's breathtaking. Absolutely breathtakingly beautiful, awesome, and I mean awesome in the original meaning of the word, which is something that inspires wonder and awe. You can't even believe it, the scale of it. That's what space should feel like. And to the extent the technology allowed, that was what the original shows were going for. They were going for that sense of wonder and awe and the vastness of space. And they mostly, I think, succeeded at that with the limited technology they had for the day. Kurtzman Trek is like a music video showing you AI-generated CGI. So if you want to poo-poo video games for not being realistic, that's fine. I'm just telling you, I think there's a sizable portion of TV and film media that looks like garbage to me, and I have absolutely played video games that felt more real and lifelike to me than crap like this. Universal goes on to say Star Trek Strange New Worlds second season ranked on Nielsen's top 10 original streaming shows chart for 5 out of the first 7 weeks. Okay.
They teased it in Discovery. They had a different spaceship and a different crew, right? There were different characters.
I don't really remember. Wasn't she with what's-his-face who was...
God, this looks like such crap. I hate the way the new ships look. They're all dark and steel and full of a bunch of unnecessary, superfluous garbage. Like, does anything on this ship look functional? It doesn't look functional to me.
Surgically
that
transformed
guy
into a Klingon or all these...
I hate the lighting. I hate how the lighting is always doing these like blurs on the camera and these lens flares. Everything looks washed out and overly soft.
Yes.
A Klingon or, yeah.
Yes, it was him and some other characters. I don't know who else. But that was supposed to be the spin-off, and then, I don't know, whatever happened. COVID? I have no idea. And then it got delayed, and then finally it started to go into production, and then Michelle Yeoh won an Oscar, and she said, I'm not doing this anymore.
And then Michelle won an Oscar, and that changed everything too.
Unless you pay me a whole lot more money. Because that little golden statue comes with some...
you get some perks.
Some perks. And interestingly enough, for some reason, Jamie Lee Curtis is in Section 31, the movie.
Fu Man Blue taken off. Good to see you, Fu Man Blue. Permission to disembark granted, sir. And there he goes.
Oh, God.
This is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing.
It's been screaming at me for 2 days now. It keeps saying that you lot are going to cost me my job.
We might. What a freak show. Oh, my God.
She might.
I told my judgment to shut up.
And in a voiceover role at the start, and then she's a hologram at the end, presumably like the head of Section 31 or someone.
Is she just supposed to be like the holographic doctor? Because she glitches out at some point at the end of that.
No, she's like, it's like a transmission.
But she glitches out and she like changes position suddenly.
That's just a different take. She filmed it herself, like against her bathroom wall.
Are you sure she's not supposed to be like an AI character?
Maybe. I don't know. The point is, Jamie Lee Curtis is in it, which is interesting because she was also in Borderlands, which was a mega flop.
Yes.
They're trying to mold this kind of dark, spy, cloak and dagger kind of mystery show into something wacky and fun, which is why...
It's Suicide Squad. Look at all these wacky characters we have.
Jamie Lee Curtis was also in a movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once with Michelle Yeoh, the movie she won an Oscar for.
Mm-hmm.
So, what? I had a theory.
It was the funniest laugh I had in the screening.
Why was Jamie Lee Curtis in this?
Because they were friends from that movie.
I guess, yeah. They were both in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
They're burning money, Jamie. Come on.
I'll put it to good work for you.
Let's rip off these suckers. Oh, we still can.
If there's one word I could use to sum it all up, it would be fun.
Oh my God. That's so funny. If there's one word, that's like a Saturday Night Live skit. You know what it reminds me? That reminds me of the two like NPR ladies that are like, and today on the show, we have Frank with his sweaty balls, his sweaty chocolate balls. Oh, those are amazing. Those are so amazing. He's like, if there's one word I could use to sum it up, it would be fun. Star Trek is so fucked. Star Trek is fucked.
Use to sum it all up, it would be fun.
Fun.
Let's talk about Section 31, because what do we get?
Fun. I can't even believe that's real. I can't even believe that's real. It's literally like an SNL character.
It's supposed to be a fun adventure about an evil secret organization and Space Hitler. Like, tone-wise, I'm very confused about Section 31.
Section 31 is the group that does the dirty work that Starfleet won't.
Is it supposed to be funny?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes.
Did you laugh?
No.
There's the Cameloid, a green-blooded shapeshifter, trying to muster sexy time with a Delta.
Is that the guy who hosts the Buff Boys competition?
Sam Richardson.
Except Cameloids are the only species in the galaxy immune to Delton's sexy time charm. Then there's the guy with all the high-end mech, standing at the back, looking like he has...
But I think they were making jokes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be funny. I think. It's supposed to be clever and witty.
But, okay, so you have the fun group with our lovable characters and something that's supposed to be adventurous and funny. Do you vaporize one of our fun characters in the beginning of the second act, usually, in a fun adventure thing?
Well, it's not a comedy. There have to be some dark moments.
But they're making jokes constantly, even though the jokes aren't funny. They're wacky characters, Mike. Don't you know how wacky and zany they are?
Yeah, hi. Quick question. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's just a quick one. Is it Godsend or God's End? Godsend or God's End?
I don't hear a difference in what you're saying.
Really? Really? Godsend? God's End?
Yeah, I'm still not getting it.
The Godsend
Wait,
is...
Godsend. I hear it now. It's Godsend.
Oh my God.
Folks. Imagine sitting through 2 hours of this. 2 hours of that shit. Shit. Like, oh my God. I can't even describe how just embarrassing it is. Kurtzman and his little freak show. These are stupid people that write this shit. Fucking retards, man. Never doubt me when I tell you how stupid these people are. That's not funny. It's not funny. It's not clever. It's not interesting. It's not even good dialogue. There is just nothing in the world worse, right, than a not funny comedian who thinks that they're fun. That is the worst thing you can encounter in the wild.
It's funny, Rich. It's just like Guardians of the Galaxy.
I don't know, but that man had it.
Rich, when a group of misfits...
There's a man who identifies as a...
The line is just one question. One question. Is it God's send or God's end? If there's one word I would use to describe it, it would be fun.
Robot, and he's constantly wearing a robot suit And then there's the wacky Vulcan who isn't really a Vulcan.
He's controlled by a micro penis.
This, oh, jeez, oh, gross, no, I can't unsee it, no, I don't can't unsee it now. So this is one of the most confusing things in the entire thing. So there's this,
and then
there's this life form, this microscopic life form who is piloted, who has taken over the body of this Vulcan. But he's not a Vulcan, he's a robot. But why is he a robot? Vulcan with okay, so the idea is this microscopic creature does have emotions and expresses them, which Vulcans do not do. But he's inhabiting the body of a Vulcan robot, but acting not at all like a Vulcan. So he would have no effectiveness as an infiltration model because everyone who encountered a Vulcan who's laughing and making jokes would immediately be suspicious and be like, that's not a Vulcan. What's going on here? So if you were going to build a robot of a species that you wanted to inhabit and impersonate, why would you choose a Vulcan? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see my problem? Do you see why I say that these are stupid people that write this?
Inside his brain.
Then there's Space Hitler.
Yeah, Space Hitler, sure.
And then there's a shapeshifter. He's there. I think he's supposed to be funny. He's saying lines that I think are supposed to be comedy lines, but they're not funny.
But then the other characters are pretty straight.
Rachel Garrett.
Rachel Garrett.
Okay, let's talk about Rachel Garrett.
Yeah, she's got that smug, disapproving SJW frown. You know, that sort of constipated. Yes. Well.
Is in this a young Rachel Garrett?
Right.
But like this is before Kirk took over the Enterprise, and Rachel Garrett isn't like a thing until the Enterprise C, which is probably like 60 years after this, 70 years after this, and she's 40 when we see her. I don't think Rachel Garrett should even be born yet. So she should be 100 years old as we see her in yesterday's Enterprise.
Yeah.
But she's only like...
Oh, you didn't know this, Crowbar? Oh, yeah. If you watched last stream... Oh, yeah. No. They appropriated the character of Rachel Garrett from the episode Yesterday's Enterprise, right? This is supposed to be young Rachel. And as they're pointing out right here, Red Letter Media is pointing out, the continuity timeline doesn't even work for that. It's hilariously depressing to even consider how Alex Kurtzman does not give a shit about Star Trek lore. He does not care. But here we are sitting here like parsing. Oh yeah, how could that work in the timeline? See, this is what I don't get. This is what I don't understand about these morons, Akiva Goldsman, Alex Kurtzman, and the lot of them. Why do they bother stuffing like literally a very what's the word I'm looking for? A very obscure character from one episode of a series. She's one little appearance. She was just a side supporting character. Literally only nerds like us would even know who she is. Normies would have no clue who she is. A casual Star Trek watcher wouldn't remember her. Only an absolute neckbeardy Star Trek nerd like me would know who Rachel Garrett is. So A, she's too obscure for anyone to really care other than people who super care about the lore. 2, Kurtzman doesn't care about the lore anyway. So why include her? It makes no sense. I don't understand it. I can only read it as a kind of genuine malicious intent. I can only read it as a kind of intentional sabotage, a way of saying, fuck you, Star Trek fans. Well, for that matter, Star Wars fans. We'll do what we want. They're just dumb people. They're just stupid, unimaginative, they're the creative equivalent of parasitic organisms. That's what they are. It's not even, she's your typical SJW, But it's not even just that. It's like you're not even. What's even the point of including that character?
Like, I don't know, 40,
Right, sure,
late
sure.
30s.
Yeah.
Then.
Right. Well, okay. They do show the star date at the beginning of this, right?
Uh-huh.
And I want to say the star date was like 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, something. The star dates in TNG were always like 4s.
Captain's log, stardate 41153.7.
But that still wouldn't make sense.
First officer's log, stardate 1207.3. On Earth, it's May 11th, 2256, a Sunday.
Captain's log, stardate 1312.4.
Discovery took place, I don't know how many years before TOS. Not too long because
Not
the
too
Enterprise
long.
shows up.
Not too long.
With Pike on it and Spock.
But it
and
is
all that.
before, this is, in relation to the next gen, this is like at least 100 years in the past. At least.
Okay, so it's saying the date. So they're giving you the timeline. Discovery seasons 1 and 2 are supposed to take place in 2256 to 58. Section 31 is supposed to take place in 2326. That doesn't make any sense. The character of Philippa Georgiou was introduced in Discovery. Star Trek The Next Generation takes place in 2364 and to 70. That I know is right. Rachel Garrett was born in 2294. That makes her 32 years old in the Section 31 movie. If Section 31 is 58 years after Star Trek Discovery, why is Philippa Georgiou the same age? Did she time travel in a season of Discovery I didn't bother to watch? Do I care anymore? No.
I don't know, Rich. But when you boil it down, what do you get out of this?
Nothing. You get this is zero. This is 0 calories. This is Star Trek 0.
A redemption story in the form of a space western.
What about the action?
Oh. Alex Kurtzman is the dumbest man in entertainment. Have I said it lately?
What about it?
There's some fighting.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Oh.
Right here, Universal. Perfect example. This is worse than a video. This is less real to me than a video game. Tell me I'm wrong.
This looks like Frankie Frico.
This looks like Attack of the Clones. Oh. What about the MacGuffin is also the super weapon. So you got a super weapon.
There's always a super weapon, Mike.
It's the weapon to all end all
This is
weapons.
the end-all weapon ender, because this one, once you detonate this one, it blows up all of the planets.
It blows up
Just
everything.
all of the planets.
Just existence.
It, like a virus, it just burns everything in existence.
I said it's like the Solaronite bomb from Plan 9 from outer space. It's just anything that has light just explodes.
The only explosion left is the Solaronite.
But this doesn't even need the light. It's just everything just explodes.
What is the power source of that?
It's a super weapon.
It's a super weapon. That's the answer to the question. It's a super weapon. Okay, we'll leave it there. Hat Tip Red Letter Media with another fun and enjoyable critique. I don't know. I think next week we might just do the Critical Drinker review to wrap it up. I think I've got what I needed from that. Speaking of Critical Drinker,
us.
Now, last week, we were checking out Critical Drinker's new short film, Rogue Elements. It came out a little while ago. He posted it on his channel. This was his plan. So he crowdfunded it. He posted it on his channel. And he's calling it a TV series proof of concept, okay? He had some help from John Cassar, one of the brilliant creatives behind 24, one of my favorite TV shows of all time. And let's just say I think it has potential, but it's also pretty rough in some parts. And it's definitely the fact that it's his first ever attempt at creating a film, unfortunately, shows. Now, he made it on like a $600,000 budget, which may sound like a lot of money, but when you're making a film with action scenes and weapons and choreography and all that stuff, that's not a lot of money. Now, you can argue that there's brilliant indie filmmakers who've done more with less. Okay, fair enough. But that doesn't change the fact that it's very difficult as a first-time effort to make something that's going to be competitive. And he's never claimed it's going to be competitive with Hollywood. It's difficult to do that on effectively a shoestring budget. Now, I'm going to continue with the next 15 minutes of this film. We watched the first 15 last week. I definitely think the music is way overbearing. That's a problem. But the most fascinating thing about this is, after we watched 15 minutes of it, I started reading the comment section. And I've been thinking about it. I've had a week to kind of turn it over in my mind. And I was shocked. I was stunned by the amount, like every single comment was not just negative, not just critical. I mean, savage, like hatred, like, oh, this is garbage. Like nasty right now. In retrospect, I think a lot of this was Critical Drinker's haters because he's got a lot of them. So I tend to think that there's an element, I'm not going to say review bombing. By the way, review bombing is valid, but I think there's a lot of his haters are like, fuck you, here's our chance for revenge. Still, there is a lot of fair critique of the film. So let's continue and see if my opinion of it improves. Mr. Producer, roll tape. Rogue Elements, Critical Drinker's film.
If those assholes don't kill you, I will. The only people dying today are those fuckers. All of them.
Yeah, oh my God, the music is so overbearing. It's so bad because you need to bring it in and let it like chill. Like this is supposed to be like a quiet, tense. He's like sneaking up on the perimeter. The music should actually be very much in the background at this point. It should just be so, but it's like it's a full blown car chase, you know?
I'm patched in.
Copy.
Clear to move. Make it quick.
You tell Vitaly that Konstantin is here. Got held up at border checkpoint, but better late than never, huh?
This is a restricted area. Be on your way.
I was told to come here
And as for Vitali, where is he?
You've got the wrong place. Now leave. Are we going to have a problem here?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
We're in. Fall back, Johnny.
You tell Vitali. Next time you want something, find someone else.
Yeah, not a great... That's a bit weak sauce as distractions go.
Hey, think you got that guy back there?
What does that mean?
Keep your mind on the mission. It's my ass in there, too.
Oh, the music finally chilled out. Finally, though, that's good. Yeah, Crowbar, I hate to say it, but yeah, the dialogue is not... That was not great. The dialogue at the gate was not great.
Bravo's online. Stand by.
I kind of feel like the problem with the writing here... Okay, so let me see if I can find this, because I think I have a feeling what the problem is here. Yes, this is what I need, Mr. Producer. See if I can find a clip of this. Okay, here you go. This is from Christopher Nolan's film, The Prestige, right? Which is like a super excellent film. One of the very best. Share this tab. Yeah, here we go.
Are you watching closely?
Every magic trick consists of 3 parts, or acts. The first part is called the pledge. The magician shows you something ordinary, a deck of cards, a bird, or a man. He shows you this object. Perhaps he asks you to inspect it, to see that it is indeed real. Yeah, unaltered, normal. But of course, it probably isn't.
Who did you think you're going? Oh, the bloody axe, you fool!
The second act is called the turn. The magician takes the ordinary something and makes it do something extraordinary. Now, you're looking for the secret, but you won't find it. Because, of course, you're not really looking. You don't really want to know. Want to be fooled. But you wouldn't clap yet. Because making something disappear isn't enough. You have to bring it back. That's why every magic trick has a third act. The hardest part. The part we call the prestige.
You see?
You know...
Okay, why do I bring that up? Okay, so what he's saying there is there's three things you need to make a successful magic trick, right? You need the what was the first one? What was the first one? I forget the first. There's the first step, which is you show people something ordinary. The second step is you show them something extraordinary. You make something disappear. Whoa, how did it do that? But that's extraordinary, but that's not enough to get applause. That's not enough for the audience to feel moved. You have to get the third step, the most important and the most difficult part, which is the prestige. You have to make the thing reappear, or you have to do something that surprises and delights the audience beyond where they're already at with the second step, which is the turn, right? So here's what I think. I think this applies to storytelling as well, right? You can tell a story about badass dudes with really cool guns, with a super interesting mission, and they're taking out bad guys, and they're getting a good guy, and they're bringing him back. And that's sort of like step one and step two. But it's missing the prestige, which is the thing that like turns it all on its head and pulls you in and has you asking and has you saying, wow, or why, or what's going to happen next? Like, that's the piece that's missing here. So if I were comparing this to its most likely comparison, which would be the show 24, I would say that the pledge, that's the first step. The pledge is something bad is going to happen. Bad guys are plotting an assassination in Los Angeles, right? The turn is Jack Bauer, our hero, is recruited to stop it. And he begins his mission, fights a bunch of bad guys, and has to try and stop the assassination. But that's not enough for it to become a hit TV show. What makes 24 become something extraordinary is the prestige, which is then his own daughter is abducted as part of the terrorist plot, and she's used as leverage to force him to help them assassinate David Palmer. How's he going to get out of that? How is he going to save his daughter, not be an assassin, and survive all this? That's the prestige. Godzilla -1. The pledge is there is a monster named Godzilla. It's encountered by our heroes in the beginning, and it gets enlarged, and it becomes a giant kaiju that's going to take out Tokyo. Okay, great. And that's all fun. The turn is that we're introduced to a character, Shkishkima, who is just caught in the middle of this. He's just trying to survive. He's down on his luck, which symbolizes, of course, his society at large, which is all of Japan is down on their luck, and hence -1, right? They're at 0. Godzilla's going to bring him to -1, right? And so that's the turn. The prestige is that it is Shkishkima's very self-doubt and guilt over being a coward, which becomes the fuel for the act of courage, which is actually going to result in the defeat of Godzilla, which is it inspires him to fly against all odds a suicide mission against this monster to stop it, which in the end becomes the reason he rediscovers his will to live. The prestige. That's what turns a story about a giant lizard into an incredible human story that just draws you into it and shows you something you just didn't even know you were in for. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's the problem with this Rogue Elements film, is that it's got the pledge, it's got the turn, it's missing the prestige. It's missing the reason to care. And I would say that with all due admiration and respect for Critical Drinker. I would say that in a spirit of constructive feedback. I would say you're missing something here. So, storytelling is truly an art form. It just is.
Come on, Alpha, we have to pick up the pace.
I'm working on it, Bravo. This place is a fucking maze.
Tango inbound. Corridor directly ahead. Clear to move.
What movie did you watch on my recommendation, Crowbar? The Prestige or Godzilla -1? You said you watched it and it was better than you thought it would be. Which one was it? Let me know. I'm curious.
You have the target? We are close. We should have him by tonight.
Thanks, Universal. I've got the list of viewership. I guess, well, but Universal, I appreciate you bringing the receipts. But what I'm saying is, okay, so here's what I'm curious about. What's the viewership for, like, Discovery Season 5 or Section 31? Like, who's watching that stuff? That's what I'm curious about.
Talk is cheap, Volkov. This operation is not. My generosity and my patience are very thin. Listen to me, Victor. Fedorov brought us Drake, and Drake will bring us her, I swear it. Then pray my faith in you was not misplaced. Otherwise, you and your American lapdogs will be hunted along with her. He'll be going after Fedorov.
He's one man. The guys can handle him.
All of this feels like actually setup. This all feels like setup in the beat sheet of the story. I think that's kind of one of the main issues here is I would expect this to be an opening scene that sets up the hook for the story.
Bravo, I found a target. I can't.
And of course, if it's an opening scene, it shouldn't be 20 minutes.
5 guys inside that room.
God damn it. Alpha, what the fuck are you doing in there? We're losing night cover.
That guy's the worst actor. That guy's the worst actor in this. The guy doing the Russian accent. He's really bad. I'm sorry to say.
Going loud.
What? Negative.
Crowbars. It was The Prestige that you want. Oh, good. Awesome. Yeah, no, The Prestige is a great movie. Great film.
Alpha,
Glad
negative.
you liked it. I mean, the action's cool. I like the action. I think it's good.
No. Team 2, sit rep.
Oh, come on, man. No, don't tell me. Don't tell me that, like... So I actually was starting to get encouraged here because I thought, oh, okay, I get it. So it seems like it's super easy because that was the point. They set a trap for Ryan Drake. And I figured those guys he just took out, those were just like a decoy just to keep him busy, make him think he's winning. And now the other shoe's going to drop. They're going to spring the trap. But I think what's about to happen is the bad guy's going to be like, hey, report in. Report in. Oh, Is anyone left? No, don't let it be that. No, don't let it be that cliche, please.
There are rats in the building. Tell me something. Do you think you can handle that? Hunter team, meet me in the main corridor. Time to get to work.
No. No.
Bravo. Got the package.
Copy.
What the fuck?
Alpha, there may be a rogue element in play here.
Fuck. Stick to the plan. Get to second position.
I did not think you'd come for me. Please, you have to save my family.
This is your situation. You're in the shit, big time. I can get you out, but only if you do exactly what I say. Understand?
Yes.
Good. Now, the man that ambushed you yesterday, killed your retrieval team, is he here?
Yes.
I'm pretty cool with the lead. I like the lead actor he got to play Ryan Drake.
But why?
I think, given a little bit better production, I think he could pull it off.
Do not underestimate this man. He's highly trained and extremely dangerous. We lock the perimeter down. When we move against him, we do it in full force.
You tell me about this man.
He works for Russian intelligence. He's been fooling.
Say something? Crowbar? Crowbar says say something. What do you want me to say?
Money and weapons to separatist cells all across Baltic states. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people would die.
You think you can point me in the right direction?
My family.
Okay, you should have led with that. Definitely you should have led with that.
What are you doing here, Annie?
You're getting sloppy, Ryan. I expect more from you. Do not get in my way.
My family. My family.
Or not. I misunderstood what I was seeing there.
I'll make you a deal. You get me to this man, and I'll find your family. You have my word.
Yeah, I think kind of the problem here is that I sense that there is backstory that is explained in the novel series, that if you were I feel like if you're a fan of the novels, you would understand some of these references. But if you haven't read the books, you're not going to understand his emotional reaction to what he just saw there. And it's not that you have to give all the details right up front, but you do have to give the viewer a reason to have a hook for the character. So I really think that Drinker needed to have Mahler go over this. He needed to have Mahler go over this with a fine-tooth comb.
Nazis, one of these.
No, I don't believe in guns.
You better start, because the people in here do.
Crowbar says, when I get drunk, I just make dumb comments. Sometimes don't mind it. Okay, fair enough. No, I just need context. I could be a dancing monkey. I just need to know, what it is the audience needs. That's all.
Anything that isn't me, you point, you pull the trigger.
like part of the problem with the music is it's not earned yet. Well, not that this particular score is ever going to be earned, let's be fair. But the level of drama in the music is not earned at all, because I don't know who these bad guys are. I don't even really know anything about Ryan Drake at this point. I don't know who he is. I actually really don't know who he is as a man, other than he's a badass and he really cares about saving his friend. But I don't know who his friend is. I don't know his team. I think that's the real problem here. So it's kind of like Drinker is dropping us right in the middle of sort of an important emotional point of one of his books, but without all the context, right? If we hadn't read all the other context, we wouldn't know what we're watching.
You sure this is the way?
Yes. I saw them setting operations in this area.
Rooftop secure. Charlie, what's your position?
We've got company. Multiple hostiles inbound.
Fuck. New plan. I'm getting you to the exit.
Fuck me! Oh, to hell with this!
What's with these people? This is reminding me of The Walking Dead a little bit. What's with standing in the middle of the wide open and just getting totally snuck up on and blindsided all the time?
You know, I've met a lot of arseholes in my life. I don't remember you.
Us, ring a bell. Many powerful people in my country want you to answer for your crimes.
Well, they can get in line.
Hostiles in the building. Leave backup teams, meet me at the north gate. Do not let them escape.
Yeah, so like a lot of the comments are saying that, oh look, he hates girl bosses, but he put a bunch of girl bosses in it. But the thing is, this is part of the problem. I've read his first book, and I know this blonde character. I know who she is. She's not a girl boss. Yes, she is a high level trained operative. So yeah, she's got a certain set of skills and all that good stuff. But when the novel begins, she's in a prison. And she's basically being abused by the guards, and her life is a living hell. And it's actually Ryan Drake who winds up rescuing her in the first book, and they strike up a kind of friendship. So the problem with this film is that I know that because I read the book and I understand the buildup of this character. But if you're going in cold, all you see is badass chick shows up, saves his ass, and she's undefeatable. And there's just no context there. So I think the problem is he really chose the wrong entry point. It's easy to armchair quarterback, but I mean, this is what we do on the Swords and Starships channel. He chose the wrong entry point for this episode, let's call it.
You know something? I'm not even trying. These are the final moments I enjoy.
Frost, lift up this head on your book, would you?
Lights out, shipbird!
All right, we'll leave it there for now. I feel like she wouldn't survive that. I feel like she wouldn't. But that's better than like she manages to wrestle him down and kill him. That's more plausible. Like if she had wrestled him down and killed him, then I would have been like, okay, he's definitely guilty of a little girl bossery there. But that works. Okay. I was thinking of, let's see. I think I have an example of what I'm talking about with the missing prestige. I wonder if I could show this. I just am a big fan of James Bond, and in particular, I am a fan of the Pierce Brosnan James Bond. And GoldenEye has... Now, listen, I'm not saying Critical Drinker has to be as good as GoldenEye, okay? I'm not saying that. But I'm just trying to illustrate my point about the prestige, right? Because this is the opening scene of GoldenEye. And it really does have those elements. Because it just drops you right into the middle of James Bond doing his thing, right? So this is the pledge, right? This is the pledge. Super cool spy dude using technology to do something interesting. What's all this about? That's step one, right? Yeah, notice the music, very subtle here. You know, it's very subtle. Yeah, the music is more like ambience at this point. So he gets the drop on the guard, and then we get, I would say maybe something like the turn.
I'm alone. Aren't we all? You're late, 007.
I had to stop in the bathroom.
Ready to save the world again?
After you, 006.
Oh, what's that? Oh, that's cool. See what I mean? It's like, oh, now it's two 00 agents working together. That's the turn. Excellent. But it's still not enough.
James? For England.
For England. God, I miss the classics, don't you? What else? So they infiltrate this place. They're in a sticky situation. We have to stop the bomb. I can't get a copyright hit, so I'm trying to like get you the important points, right? This guy always plays an evil Russian. I think he was in Stranger Things season 3, actually. I do. I think he was in season 3.
Fire! Closing time, James. Last call. Buy me a pint.
I think 006 gets killed.
Move out. Throw down your weapon and
no,
walk
he gets
towards
caught.
me.
All right, that's right.
Slowly. Finish the job, James. Blow them all to hell. You'll have
Just got to make sure I'm doing okay here.
10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. For England, James! You blow the gas tanks! This is your last chance. Come out with your hands above your... Wait!
That is the Prestige right there. That's the Prestige. Like, that's so brilliant. That is so amazing. Because so we get introduced to, he's working with 006. It's clear that they're friendly. They have, if not a friendship, maybe not exactly a friendship, but a professional respect. They're both fighting for king and country, queen and country. And then he gets taken prisoner. Bond fails to save him. And now he's in a pickle. And we see Bond's true genius and why he is Bond by using the enemy's own like gas tanks as a shield to protect himself. And we get this kind of almost hilarious scene where he's hiding behind a little cart with all these heavily armed soldiers unable to even take a shot at him. This is so much more entertaining than if he had a bunch of like machine guns and had been an extended gunfight. Like an extended gunfight with all these guys and him like killing them all would not have been as fun to watch as this little moment of him hiding behind a cart. It even makes the villain more interesting because even the villain's like, well, shit. What? Now this is interesting. How am I going to solve this? That is super clever. This is what gives us the reason to care, you see, because in the beginning, he's just a guy infiltrating a facility. Then, when we get introduced to 006, now it's two patriots fighting for king and country to stop a bad thing from happening, right? Then, comrade in arms killed by the dastardly villains, and our guy is basically screwed and has to think he has to think of a way out of this. Now we are fully invested. These assholes killed 006, the bastards! We're fully invested in this point. This is what I mean when I say, 006 getting killed. That's the prestige in this scene.
You can't win.
Fuck yes! Oh, that's... Dude, and the final set piece here is phenomenal. That's GoldenEye. That is a classic. That is one of the best Bond films. I'm just gonna say it. That is one of the best Bond films. I gotta watch that movie again. It's so good. So yeah, that is my constructive feedback and critique for The Critical Drinker. So yeah, I think his film is rough. I think he entered the wrong point in the story, and he just didn't give us a reason to care. You know, he just didn't give us a. He just didn't. I don't mean that as like he's not trying. I just think I think he failed to connect with the audience there, and there's some element of that's missing in the scenes that you know, we can have all the fancy gunplay in the world, but that's not going to be as interesting as us feeling a meaningful connection with the character and rooting with him. So, you know, here's The Critical Drinker. It's his first effort. I say, keep going, write your next one, and he will learn. He will learn from this, I would say, shaky first effort. Let's just call it that. I mean, there was one thing I forgot to look at, which is the like to dislike ratio. I forgot to look at that last time. Because I looked at all the comments, but I didn't even think. So 18,000 upvotes to 2.1 thousand downvotes. So there you go. It's about a 6-to-1 favorable ratio. So I think that his supporters are supporting him. I think his haters are hating on him. I think at the end of the day, you know, look at how much is given to people like Leslie Headland and Alex Kurtzman, and look what they do with it. You know, Critical Drinker has nothing but his YouTube channel. He's got his supporters, and that's it. It's up to him to make it happen. And he's got no benefit of being part of an industry system where he's got mentorship and he is learning from other creatives, but creatives that he's engaged with himself, that he himself has reached out to and formed connections with. So he's doing all of this without the benefit of what really the Hollywood system is supposed to do. The Hollywood system is supposed to be a laboratory that nurtures talent. It's supposed to be a nursery for creative talent, where you learn at the feet of a producer, right? You learn at the feet of a great creative, and then you in turn bring up other people behind you who have talent and promise, and you take them under your wing and you teach them. You know, you work on a show like Breaking Bad and you learn from Vince Gilligan, right? And then you write a story, you know, like Taylor Sheridan got his start on Sons of Anarchy. He learned writing. Now he's the guy teaching people how to write. So my point is, when Hollywood is functioning properly, that's what it creates. And that is how you get good. You learn from other people that are good. Drinker's doing this without much of any of that. It's all on him. And so is Eric July of the Rippaverse and so many other independent creators. So am I saying that excuses them from all criticism? Am I saying that should immunize them? Am I saying that we should consider their work good because of... No. What I'm saying is he's chosen a much more difficult path as an independent creator than any of these assholes in Hollywood would ever know. So that's what his haters fail to understand. That's what the Rippaverse haters fail to understand about Eric July. Is his first comic book ever perfect? Is it the best writing ever? No. And it doesn't have to be. It's never going to be. The first book, if your first book is your best book ever, that's a tragedy. That is a full-blown tragedy. I honestly think that's every writer's worst nightmare. In fact, Stephen King's even talked about this. Many people consider Stephen King's best work ever, truly like his greatest accomplishment, his magnum opus, is The Stand. Generally, that's the consensus among Stephen King fans. The Stand was his best work. And in his book on writing, he talks about the fact that is kind of depressing to him. He's like, I hate to think that I wrote my best work that I'll ever write 40 years ago, or whatever it was at the time of writing. That's kind of a daunting thought. So you should expect that your best work is ahead of you as a creative. So what the haters don't understand is that it is in the it is in the effort of failing while daring greatly that greatness is truly achieved. And he will. He will do exactly that. And Universal says he's posting a bunch of stuff in the Discord. The link is in the description. Join us on the Swords and Starships channel. I appreciate it, Universal. Yeah, similar to Star Wars, they should have taken a break. I fairly agree with that. Crowbar about Rogue Element saying the girls in the are not girl bossy. However, that fight was a little unrealistic. I mean, she took 3 or 4 haymakers. Oh, totally agree. I do agree with that. Like, the minute a guy that big gets a hold, of a woman that size, he's going to destroy her. Like, he's going to destroy her. Her only chance is for him not to get a hold of her. Right? I mean, but that's that. So there's a great fight scene in John Wick 3, I think, where he's fighting a literal giant. He's fighting a giant in a library. And I was thinking, what's funny about this is exactly the same scenario. John Wick is no physical match for this guy. John Wick cannot allow this guy to land a punch. He can't allow this guy to get a hold of him for long or he's doomed. So John Wick has to defeat the giant another way. And that's the way I look at men versus women in fights, is like, she's got to find a different way to win. And it's like, if Shepard is fighting a Krogan in Mass Effect, there is no way for a human to overpower a Krogan. So if a human soldier is going to defeat a Krogan soldier, the human's got to outsmart the Krogan or use tactics that will rob them of their tactical advantages, right? So that's the way to look at women as badass in storytelling. I think it's the only proper way to look at it. The problem with wokies is they don't want to live in reality. They just don't. And that's fine. They don't have to live in reality. I just would prefer it if they didn't try and force us to live in their delusions. And they tried and they failed. So there you have it. Well, that's a Captain's Cast, isn't it? Had some fun, memed a little, gave the critical drinker some unsolicited advice. But hey, that's what I do here on the Swords and Starships channel. I need a new captain's chair. I'm like a midget. This is terrible. But we'll figure it out. Don't worry, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me. Everybody, people seem to like this time slot, so we'll keep this time slot. That's what we'll do. Let me get the background going. Well, that's our show. Sunday, February 9th, year of our Lord, 2025. Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Please like and subscribe, share the word. And until next time, I will see you out there.